Good morning. Welcome everyone to the last lap of this very long and fruitful week. We're going to be starting in a couple of minutes. We're bringing up a few more chairs because we're delighted that we got a really much more enthusiastic response as we originally had thought. And that is really, really good news. And for us, I don't want to be too over optimistic, but for us, this means that what we have learned throughout this week, what we have discussed throughout this week, is really clicking in everybody. So really welcome. Thank you very much. And we will get started in a couple of minutes. Thank you. So welcome again. We're getting started with our workshop on conformity assessment, product imports and international standards. We're looking forward for this to be, again, a very strong learning experience. We're having a couple of presentations throughout the morning, but the most important part of this is the exchange of information, the exercise of discussing among ourselves what is the current situation on the regulatory framework here in Kenya, both at PPP and KEBS in regards of conformity assessment and standards utilization. And the idea for this again is to have like a very fruitful conversation to learn much more about this and move forward to identifying opportunities to streamline processes and to make them more effective as to ensure that that patients are benefited in the most efficient and effective way. So welcome again in here, and I would like to pass the voice to Daniel Vasquez, Senior Standard Specialist and Textile Apparel Industry Lead at the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. And while he joins us, you want to do that over there, wherever you prefer. This is really, again, going to be a very easy conversation, so wherever you prefer. And the rest of the KEBS delegation is going to be joining us a little later, but we already have here one of his representatives, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Good morning, everyone. We have had 4 days of really good conversation, information exchange, networking, partnership building. And that really warms my heart. On the other hand, today I'm a little upset because after 4 days of poorly sleeping and actually, adjusting to the time here in Kenya, we need to go back tomorrow. And I'm going to be jet lagged again for another week. I guess the only way of fixing that is to come more often here and do more technical assistance. But, things always come to an end. At least that's what the song says. And we need to make the best out of it. Today, we're going to have a great exchange again on what I think is one of the most important issues that we have, standards and conformity assessment. I want to thank PPB for their partnership in this event and throughout the past days. I also want to thank KEBS for joining us today, as well as MEDAC, ARSO, and NEPAD, Africa CDC, that have been helping us with this event as well. Our strategic partners in the Standards Alliance, ANSI, ADVAMED. I'm truly going to miss having our calls. But, as Leticia was saying, we can just have coffee instead. So that'll be better. So just trying to think about what created this project. We need to think about COVID and all the challenges that COVID presented to the national regulatory authorities to trying to deploy the medical devices that were needed to effectively fight the pandemic and save lives of the people that you all care for. We are here now with some lessons learned. Probably one of them is that regulatory bottlenecks and choke points equally damage patients' health as it does the lack of access to medical devices. So it's really important that we address these challenges early so we can open access for our patients. Another thing that I try to remind all our partners that work with us around the world is that the pandemic has uh, taught us that NRAs do not need to act alone during a health emergency, nor they should. There are now, you know, about different fora information that can be useful. Hopefully you already have the contact information from our friends from FDA and also from contacts from industry. And these are relationships that you can leverage to have a more effective response in future health emergencies. When I opened this workshop, I talk about partnerships and the value of partnerships. I do believe that after these days and the level of interaction and interest that has been demonstrated through the conversations and all the presentations, we are in the right track of establishing and strengthening those partnerships between all the different stakeholders. So please keep on doing that. Keep sending emails, keep giving calls, keep asking questions. Remain curious, some people say. And finally, I already talked too much and in different days, so I'm going to be short. I want to congratulate everyone for the progress that has been made so far. And I look forward to hearing about the positive impact that our work, that your work with the information that we have provided is going to have in Kenya for access for medical devices and for strengthening the regulatory systems. Thank you very much. Thank you for receiving us here in your country, for partnering with us. And we look forward to the conversation today. How do you say thank you in Swahili? Asante. Asante.
Sorry, we have a hazard in here, so be careful while you're walking here because there's a cable in the floor. So be very careful, please. So thank you very much, Daniel. And I would like to welcome now Leslie McDermott, Senior Director, International Development, American National Standards Institute. Thank you very much, Leslie.
No. Thank you, Sandra. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. For anyone who hasn't been here the rest of the week or who I haven't gotten a chance to meet, as Sandra mentioned, I'm from the American National Standards Institute, or ANSI. So today's agenda is very exciting to me, who spends most of our time on standards and conformity assessment. I'm very excited to hear the discussions. I know that the impetus for today's workshop also grew out of the MDRC's engagement here in Kenya and is a direct result of what the team heard would be most valuable. So I really want to encourage everyone to make the best use of that time to ask questions, to change the focus of the conversation if it's not meeting your needs, to identify other areas where we can continue to work together on these important topics of standards and conformity assessment. I'd also like to offer ANSI as a resource should any follow-up actions be needed. We do coordinate standards and conformity assessment across all sectors in the US. So if there's anything that we can assist with going forward, both in partnership here with KEBS and ARSO and the standards stakeholders in Kenya, or with our other US stakeholders that might not have been here, we are happy to do so. Along with Daniel, I'd like to add my thanks for the entire MDRC team. It's hard to believe that this is the last tangible engagement here in Kenya after a long project, but I think it's been really successful, and again, hopefully only the beginning. So thank you, everyone, and I look forward to today's discussions.
Thank you, Leslie. And we're going to continue with the slide change in the introductory remarks. And I'm really grateful for the recommendation from Pauline Warimu, because she proposed, I mean, let's get started with kind of like recapping real quick what we have been discussing throughout the week, and that it's very pertinent to the discussion today. So I'm really honored to welcome Scott Colburn to share a few comments, a few remarks to get started with. And as you are all aware, Scott is our standards guru. So welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Jumbo. So we've had a really great week so far, and welcome to everyone who's new here today. Yes, I'm the stand nerd, resident stand nerd. But we talked a lot about some really key fundamental aspects, right? We're really trying to build a program around one of the most technologically advanced and has the largest impact on our public, on our country, on our economy. And when you put all those things together, you get politics too, right? And so standards and conformity assessment in government and industry and patient advocacy, it becomes political, but it doesn't mean it can't be done correctly. And it starts with building the foundation, and every good foundation starts with relationships, and relationships help create education and the ability to understand the similarities that we have, which are more than the differences. We talked about a lot today on shipping and differences in temperature and humidity and hot and cold. And I was thinking, yeah, we have all those same things in the US. We fight those same issues. And some of the things that you guys are doing very successfully, I'm thinking, boy, we could take some of that back and use that in the United States as well. So it's all about bringing pieces together. And when you do that, you get Hakuna Matata. And that's really what we're trying to go with. So just remember those key fundamentals throughout the week that we hit, right? Reliance, not just on relying on an FDA or a Germany or something else, but relying on the industry too. They're the ones that have to work in all of these different jurisdictions, and they do it. And I told the story where we were trying to figure out how to even get through the United States to the market. You have OSHA, who has worker safety, CPSC, who has home use, FDA, that does the overall safety and effectiveness of the patient. But you have to go through each one of those agencies just to get through the federal side. And then sometimes there's even state level requirements. None of us knew how to do that as a federal regulator. The manufacturer did. So we went to them to figure out how can we work better as a nation to be better. So we have to keep everyone included. Stakeholders are not just government. It's not just working with the industry. It's not just working with the SDOs as well, or the conformity assessment bodies. It's working it all together. You don't want to drive costs by creating new certification programs just because you think it makes it easier to get the information. You have to think about, does it make it easier to get the product to the patient? We're all patients. We have to remember that, right? How much do you want to pay for your medical device? Takes into account what relationships were built to make sure you could get that medical device. And so I'll close with that this is an extension of the week. Try to take back, what we've learned, but don't be afraid to call your colleagues, which are everyone in here in the room, if you have a question, because I know we can't remember. If we did a quiz right now, we'd probably only remember 5% of what was taught. I know I learned so much, I couldn't remember 90% myself. So this is an establishment of a relationship that we want to continue. Thank you.
week and still having energy to be here with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It feels like we have more representatives. The faces I'm seeing here for the first time, they didn't come for the week. It is nice indeed to know that even at the end of the week, we still have energy and representation. And I'm so grateful that you have made time to be with us again after such a week. Scott is right. What can I remember from the week? Reliance. Yeah, that's the 1%. Yeah. What else can I remember? Relationships and networks. It's been an incredible week where we've had to just unlearn so that we can learn new things. I'm not going to take much of your time because the Pharmacy and Poisons Board has made the steps and the regulatory framework for medical devices. It's quite, if you compare to what the US FDA showed, it's quite a young and at only what 12 years of consecutive and concerted effort, it's quite a young process. But what gives us a lot of hope and what gives us the drive to keep going is knowing that even the USFDA is still learning after so many years of establishment, after being there for so long, that they're still looking at how can we learn and how can we become better. And it's not just the USFDA. We had the honor of having other colleagues from Singapore, from Brazil, from Australia joining us. So today we are in a really small, intimate space. The idea is we are getting to learn and to speak to the things that we want to learn a little bit more. Conformity assessment is a really important aspect in ensuring that we get quality products in our market. And importantly, is that there's a dance in Kenya between the Bureau of Standards, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. We are government, so we have to work to have a synergistic relationship, and that synergistic relationship is growing, and we need to move so that we can continue to strengthen and work to be better. So I don't believe I'm the right person to perhaps share so much on today. I think the experts in the room are going to be helping us understand that. We have industry that are often correctly, like Scott has said, Steve will come and tell me, do you know this is what's happening at KEBS? I'm like, oh, is that so? Okay, what do you want us to do? And Mercy here has, I saw you, Mercy BD, can you talk to KEBS to help us here? And these discussions are what we need so that we can then forge the relationship, look and create for the opportunity and discuss and say, how do we move forward from here so that we can be better at ensuring that the medical devices and diagnostics that are coming to the country are safe, they meet the requisite performance, and they are of good standard. So with that, and without taking much of your time, I am grateful that the Pharmacy and Poisons Board has had the opportunity to congregate this meeting, and as our CEO, who continues to express his gratitudes for putting this together, to the MDRC team, the agreeing to have a partnership with us. We have a standing MOU. Thank you so much for bringing us all together so that we can have this very, very important discussion. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Pauline. And we will have some remarks from KEBS a little later in the agenda. So now, to complete a round of initial remarks, I'd like to invite Steve Kitcoty, Chair of MEDAC, to come and join us and share his message. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So it's a pleasure. Thank you so much to the organizers again and the hosts. As MEDAC, we are so excited and happy to be participating in this engagement. These sessions drive awareness, and throughout this awareness, we're able to put concrete actions and able to deepen our relationships and awareness on how to plug into the industry. So from where I sit, we've been having a great week engaging with PPB since Monday. It's so great to have colleagues like Scott, Terry from the US, AdvaMed team as well, MECOMed as well, who's been walking the journey with us. We are committed to improving the landscape and improving the ease of business, especially in serving our patients. And towards these efforts, we want to collaborate with KEBS, we want to collaborate with PPP, we want to collaborate with any other industry players as well. And we are asking you to plug in as well. Give us your issues, and so that we can put our collective voices in one accord. I know it's very difficult when government is dealing with one issue and many voices. So we want to also make a rallying call that those who are in the industry, MEDAC is here to participate and represent the issues affecting the health product technologies. And we are here to support the engagement with the regulators. So just please always network, use this opportunity, don't let it pass by like a shooting star. We want to be able to build on the momentum from this event going forward. And hopefully we'll be able to change the landscape, and we'll be able to say that definitely this is one of the events that changed the landscape for the whole of the industry in Kenya. So I'll just leave the floor to open up the rest of the agenda. Thank you again for this opportunity, and looking forward to continue engaging. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Steve. And this per microphone is really going up and down, because I'm the shortest in the room, but sorry. So we do not have that outline in the agenda, but as Pauline was mentioning, we really want this to be like an intimate discussion, really trustful discussion. And we thought that to facilitate that, we would like to go through a round of quick introductions. If it is possible that you may introduce yourself by just sharing your name, position, and institution, I think that would be very appreciated by the rest of the audience. So we could probably get started with Leonard in that side of the table. We will complete our guests in the table, and then we will go the other way around with the rest of the attendees. So if we can get started.
Morning. My name is Leonard Mwendwa. I manage the PVOC program at the Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Tanya Vocht. I'm the Executive Officer of the South African Medical Technology Industry Association.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Emmanuel Davy. I work as a regulator at Pharmacy and Poisons Board.
Shelan Omondi, Regulatory Officer, Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Kenya.
Good morning. I am Brian Karaoke. I work at the Pharmacy and Poisons Board.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Jiru. I'm a regulator at Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Medical Devices. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Titus Otienoyo. I work for Kenya Bureau of Standards in the Standards Development Directorate.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Mwasia. I work for Africa Biosystems. I'm the Sales Operations Manager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Juma from BD. I work as a Regulatory Affairs Specialist.
Morning. My name is Maureen from MEDAC.
Morning. My name is Albert Karanja. I'm starting pharmaceuticals. I'm a pharmacist.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Mulwa. I'm in MEDAC. I'm the Vice Chair of Trade and Policy and Regulatory.
Good morning. My name is Daisy Rugut. I work for Ultralab East Africa Limited.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Mansami. I work for the Bio Group based in Durban, South Africa. I'm the Group Sustainability and Risk Executive. I also represent the medical device manufacturers of South Africa and sit on various subcommittees within SAMED.
Morning, everyone. My name is Shalini Naidu. I represent BioDrotex Healthcare, medical device manufacturer in South Africa. I am the Regulatory and Product Development Manager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Purity Ngari. I work with GE Healthcare, Regulatory Affairs Lead.
My name is Edwin Otori. I work in supply chain at Roche Diagnostics. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Christopher Ero. I'm the Secretary of MEDAC, and I'm also with Roche as the Regulatory Policy and Intelligence Manager for Africa. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Grace Ateka. I work for Kenya Bureau of Standards in the Metrology Department.
You can sit at the front next to data. So that's what the Thank you. See, we learned to be democratic this week and fairness. So how could you all begin and no, not at all. Anyway, thank you very much. My name is Pauline Wairimo. I work at the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. I lead the Medical Devices and Diagnostics Unit.
Good morning, Leslie McDermott with the American National Standards Institute.
Jumbo. Scott Colburn with US FDA and the Center for Devices Radiological Health, and I am the Director of the Division of All Hazard Response, Science, and Strategic Partnerships. I am also the Chair of ISO TC 210, so I'm trying to recruit a lot of you here.
Good morning, Terry Woods, also from the US FDA. I'm the Director of the Medical Device Center Standard and Conformity Assessment Program. I'm also the incoming chair of ASTM Committee FO4 on Medical and Surgical Materials and Devices. And I'm also here to recruit every one of you to join us in FO4. We need some input from some continents other than the US, Australia, or not the US, North America, South America, and Australia and Europe. So we're sadly lacking participation from Africa. So I'm counting on all of you to join us at ASTM to make the best standards we can.
Good morning all. My name is Letícia Fonseca. I'm part of the Medical Device Regulatory Convergence Project. Yes, that's.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Bipes with the MDRC project team as well, also wearing the hat with AdvaMed and the GMTA Africa Working Group.
Good morning. My name is Marina Carvalho. I'm the Good Regulatory Practices and Trade Lead at the MDRC project. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rana Sharhoub, Regulatory Affairs Director at MECOMED, the Medical Technology Association covering Middle East and Africa. I'm also part of the GMTA Africa Working Group and have been also engaged with the MDRC from the very early process. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Asma Awad. I am the Regulatory Policy Lead for Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
Good morning, Marcy Njuguna, Beckton Dickinson, Regulatory Affairs Manager and former founding chair of MEDAC. So supporting Steve here, who is our chair today.
Good morning again. Steve Kipkoti, current chair of MEDAC. I also wear another hat as a senior regulatory specialist in Medtronic.
Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Kirwa from the African Organization for Standardization. We are here to represent the Secretary General.
Good morning. I'm Sandra Umgwaneza, a colleague to Emmanuel Kira, the African Organization for Standardization. Thank you.
Professor David Wangombe. I am the African liaison for MDRC project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Callahan. I'm from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration as well. Different office. I'm in the Office of Global Policy and Strategy as a senior advisor in the Office of Trade and Global Partnerships. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi there, Tammy Stewart from Roche Diagnostics. I'm the head of global regulatory policy for international markets and supranational organizations. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fateme Razjian, and I'm with Medtronic, serving as Director of Regulatory Policy, International and Global Harmonization. I'm always proud to say that I spent near 12 years at the US FDA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lenka Afedor. I'm the Deputy CEO at Africa Biosystems Limited. We distribute medical devices, equipment, as well as consumables and consumables and reagents. So very happy to be here and nice meeting you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Meredith Shaddix with ANSI, and I am a program administrator for projects under the Standards Alliance and other ANSI-related development projects.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ligia Delgado. I'm a regulatory policy analyst for Alonso Consulting, and I'm also helping the MDRC team with the project.
Thank you very much. So I think it was really fruitful to have this round of introductions because it is very evident that we have very relevant stakeholders joining here. And I mean relevant, of course, because of the personal value, but also for the wealth of knowledge that we are all bringing here together. So I'm pretty sure that the outputs of this workshop are going to be very beneficial to all of us. And at the end of the day, through all of us, for all the patients to be benefited. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Marina Carvalho to share the objectives for the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. So now I think I'm going to change protocol and stay here. And then we can actually have like a very dynamic, the idea and the purpose of this meeting and this intimate room is to have a conversation. So instead of going there, we can just try to have like a talk. And I think based on what it was said already this morning, we have like some objectives for this morning conversation. And it becomes with knowledge. It goes through transparency, collaboration, and improvement. So we are here to learn and to get more knowledge on the relationship between CAPS and the PPB, and also on the conformity assessment programs that CAPS have, which entails the medical device products. We have also thought that this conversation would bring us transparency on the rules and on the system that is currently in place in Kenya. So it's supposed to be a very dynamic but a specific and technical conversation on these rules. So we have like a clear view of what is the current system in place in Kenya. We thought that was the best goal to achieve. The way to achieve this is through collaboration. That's why we invited all the private parties and all the stakeholders that are actually interested in this system to be here today. So that's why we have industry, we have regulators, we have experts, we have the conformity assessment team, CAPS present, so we can have like a plain conversation and collaborate. And obviously from collaboration, we go through improvement and opportunities to get the system operating even better. So the idea of today's objectives and what we are trying to achieve in the end of this morning is to have like next steps for improvement and for getting the system even more adaptable to the needs of the regulators, the society, the access to medical products, and to the industry. So I think that's pretty straightforward. We thought that the best dynamic to start this conversation is to actually have a presentation to understand what is the current system in place. And that's why we invited CAPS to provide us with a presentation on what is the PVOC and the program on conformity assessment that is applied here in Kenya, and also PPB for them to present what is the relationship between PPB and CAPS within this program, and how is the conformity assessment interaction between the regulatory system and the conformity assessment agency. And after these presentations, then we thought that we could have like very truthfully conversation and Q&A and discussions on what is going to be presented during the morning. So that's the whole idea for this conversation. I'm going to be conducting the talk, but I'm not to be the main presenter. So in the end of the day, we expect you also to participate and to provide us with inputs and thoughts on the information that is going to be presented by the authorities and also by the other stakeholders. So with that in mind, Sandra, I think we can pass the floor to Leonard, who is going to give us a presentation on conformity assessment program, right? It's a pleasure to have you here.
Yes, I was saying I've been following the conversation online and I've learned quite a lot from the discussion. because Matches KEBS has been in operation for quite some time. We still need to learn a few things and see what is happening across the other side of the world. So I'll be taking as, I'm from the inspection department of Kenya Bureau of Standards, which is under the quality assurance and inspection department. I'm specifically managing the PVOC program. I'll be just taking us briefly across the program. I mean, what KEBS does, and I'll specifically be going deep into the issues to do with inspection. So yes, this is a brief outline of what I want us to look at. So we'll look at the KEBS mandate, the import inspection process, the conformity assessment process, and also I'll talk a few shortly about product registration. So KEBS has been in existence for quite some time, from 1974, and we operate under the Standards Act. That's the law that governs what we do at KEBS. And we are currently based at the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, MITI. And within that ministry, we are under the State Department for Industry. With regards to KEBS mandate, of course, the overall mandate of KEBS is trained facilitation. That's what we do. All what we do builds up to trained facilitation. But specifically, we do standardization. That's where my colleague Titus is from. That involves development of the standards and also harmonization of the standards like ISO standards. We also handle metrology, that is a measurement. We act as a reference point for most of the measurement standards. Then we have conformity assessment services. Those are services like inspection. We have quality assurance and market surveillance. We do also product certification, especially for the locally manufactured goods. And we also do testing. We have testing labs, which are based in several parts of the country where our offices are located. On top of that, we also do quality training and education. We educate our stakeholders. We educate even other government agencies on matters of quality. And also KEBS is WTO inquiry point, one of the WTO inquiry points in the country, where we provide information not only on trend issues, but also on the issues to do with standards. Like I said, I will specifically major on import inspection, which for our country has two key components. One of them being the PVOC program, which is the program applied for goods imported into the country. And that is basically about the inspection, the country of supply. And also we have destination inspection, where we carry out inspection for goods that come without, that are not inspected, and also maybe the ones that are coming from countries where we don't have the PVOC program, and I'll be showing you that shortly. I would also like to, we touch on our journey or with regards to regulation. We've had quite a process. The PVOC program started in 2005, sorry, and that was majorly about splitting the process into two: the goods that are coming with the COC and the ones that are inspected locally. And then sometime in 2018, the law was revised with what we called Legal Notice 127. LN is legal notice. And this legal notice improved the process the way it was, where more goods were subjected to inspection under PVOC. And also for destination inspection, it requires CS approval. CS is Cabinet Secretary. Sorry, I'm using so many initials. CS is Cabinet Secretary, who is the one in charge of the ministry in the Kenyan context.
And then also that legal notice introduced exemptions. Some goods were exempted from the PVOC program. Again, the next year, there was also an amendment where KEBS was given the mandate to carry out inspection without the goods going through the cabinet secretary. And the reason for this was to improve the service delivery timelines, because there were some delays that were experienced awaiting approvals. But then goods were required to be, for importers to give a bond before they can be released. And then sometime in April of 2020, the legal notice was distributed again, and now we have the current legal notice, which is legal notice 78, which gave more exemptions, especially for goods handled by other regulatory agencies. Some of them were exempted, and the fee for inspection was also reduced to 5%, that is of the FOB value. Also, just to improve the program, the legal notice was reviewed again to have elements to do with the product registration, to have the issue of consolidators, and also things to do with the motor vehicle spare parts. You realize that our program covers generally all types of products, not really specific to one set of products. So medical devices, medical equipment, they will still be compliant with this same general requirement, but they will have some specific requirements because of the nature of the medical devices, and even also other products have other specific requirements. So how the program works, which we call PVOC, Pre-Export Verification of Conformity to Standards, is that it is administered in the country of supply by companies that we've contracted. So these companies are affected through the process, through the procurement process, to apply the procurement laws. And these companies are spread across the globe, and they do the inspection and certification on behalf of KEBS. And when those goods arrive in Kenya, now they are cleared based on those certifications. So at the moment, we have 5 companies handling the process of inspection. We have SGS, we have TUV Austria, we have China Ansom, we have another company called CCIC, and we have the 5th company called WSCT. So these are the ones that are doing inspection for us across the globe. And we recognize those certificates, and I'll be digging deep shortly about what actually is involved in that inspection. So this is just a map to show you how the companies are doing inspection are spread. So from the far end there, the Americas, both the South and the North, we have SGS. That orange color is SGS. Then the South African region, we also have SGS. Most of Europe, with the exception of UK, part of the Middle East and the Russia, and also the side of Indonesia, that all that is covered by SGS, who do inspection on our behalf, and then they issue those certificates. The green part, that is majorly China and Mongolia, Hong Kong and Taiwan. That is where now all the other companies that I mentioned earlier, that's where they do inspection for us. And then the blue part, that is purely done under destination inspection, because we do not have any company doing inspection there. So that would be in Greenland, part of the UK, most of Africa, and then also all the way to Australia. So goods from those places, be they medical devices or even other types of goods, they will be handled, they're handled directly by KEBS upon arrival. But there are other measures in place to ensure that we determine the quality of those goods without necessarily having to delay them at the port. So the basis of conformity assessment, what we rely on, of course, the standards that are applicable to each of the products. So what we've done is we've come, but you also realize that KEBS has adopted quite a number of standards. If you remember, initially I'd say that one of the activities at KEBS is harmonization of standards. So we have harmonized a lot of standards. So you realize that some ISO, especially medical devices which have ISO standards, have been adopted for quite a number of them. And so being adopted, then they become level 1, and because those are standards we've adopted as Kenyan standards. But if we do not have an international standard, what we do is we look at the national standards, or regional standards. So wherever the goods are coming from, the standard applied in that country. We apply the standard for that country. And that's why also we have these companies hosted in the countries where we've contracted them to operate, so that they're able to determine some of these requirements and also get to know what are the standards that are used in those countries. And then the last one is that there are cases whereby there are products which don't have any of those standards, but they have manufacturer specifications. So the manufacturer says, this is what I use for manufacturing my product. So again, now we can go to using that left one. In some cases, there are products that don't have any standard specifications. Also, something that I need to mention also is that we rely on the permits that are issued by our partner government agencies, like the Farmers and the Poisons Board, to before we do inspection, we confirm some of these, whether these equipments have the certifications and the permits by Farmers and Poisons Board. Yes. So in all this, there's also testing involved, because inspection is one part of the process, and as one process under PVOC. We do testing, and we recognize that there are some key there are some key things that can be done with regards to testing and to know the quality of an item. And what we've done is we've tried to categorize the test reports that we recognize. Initially, we were only accepting test reports from accredited labs, but now what we've done is we accept test reports from any of our contractors for use in confirming and ensuring that the product meets our standards. We also accept test reports from accredited labs. We also accept test reports from government labs. So any test reports from these, especially where standards exist, then we are able to use these for purposes of confirming that the product meets the specification, the parameters in the standards. Specifically for medical equipment, we accept test reports from firms that are 145 accredited, and we also accept test reports from the companies under IEC, the scheme. So with this test reports, then we are able to ensure and confirm and ascertain that yes, the products have met the standard. Of course, this is a comparison of the test reports against the applicable standard. So because of the nature of the many products that are imported to the country, and also the different scenarios and different types of products, we've tried to ensure flexibility by providing 3 routes of inspection and certification that are applied under our PVOC program. And the first one is a route, which is consignment-based, sorry. This basically means that we, under this route, goods are inspected every time you're importing into the country. And also testing. By testing, I mean you can also, we also accept test reports from the labs I've just mentioned. Then there's also another route, route B, which is, we call it product registration. And what happens is in the country of supply, the goods are inspected against the requirements of the standard. Again, this also depends on the type of the exporter, the type of the importer. There's a whole set of requirements for that. and they are given a registration kind of which runs for a year. And then within the validity period, we carry out surveillance and monitoring to ensure that the goods are meeting the requirements. And then we also have Route C, which we call product licensing, but this is only for manufacturers and runs for a period of 3 years. And within the 3 years, there are also surveillance and monitoring, and we've put a whole procedure and process of now that is handled. And if you come, so you can go through any of this route as an importer or exporter. And then if the goods comply, what you get is a certificate of conformity, which now is used to clear the goods at the port. Or if they're not comply, then you get an NCR, which means you either need to do corrective actions before the goods can be imported into the country. We've realized quite a number of benefits, but the main ones are ensuring that substandard goods do not come to the country, and also reduction the number of rejected goods, because goods used to be brought into the country, then at the port is when it's realized that they're not complying with the requirements, and sometimes they have to be reshipped back. And then also there is reduced turnaround time at the port, because all those goods that are imported, there isn't a requirement to do another inspection or testing at the port, but they are cleared based on the certificate of conformity. So that makes it easier to clear the goods, and that also takes a short time to clear the goods. The second component is the destination inspection, which is for goods. At the end of the day, the goods have to be cleared at the ports of entry. So whether they have COCs or not, they still have to be cleared. And for goods with the COCs or the ones that are exempted, you remember what I was mentioning on the legal notices, the testing or the inspection is not mandatory. We only do that if we are trying to carry out some surveillance testing for those equipments and devices. And that means that it will take a short time to clear, because already once the companies do the inspection, then we get all the information about those goods, and then we are able to use the documentation to confirm just confirm the certificates are okay, and then we clear. But the ones that don't have the certificates, then those are the ones that are inspected, and in some cases we may require testing. And what happens is sometimes we give conditional release to cushion the importers not to lose a lot of money as we are carrying out testing and these other activities. So we do conditional release, we release the goods, but you don't consume. You wait for us to give you a go ahead, because we need to confirm whether those goods are complying with the relevant standards. And of course, the ones that don't meet the standard now cannot be allowed into the country. The legal notice also gives exemptions, and if we look at clause 4.1 and the schedule on the legal notice has given a long list of some of the items that are there. For instance, a key is the drugs that are purely under the mandate of PPB. So those are not under the PVOC program. Then also clause 10 of the legal notice gives the cabinet secretary powers to exempt these products from PVOC. So some of them have these exemptions because of the nature of the products or whatever they're going to be used. And then those ones don't need to go through the PVOC program. And also under DI, they are given express clearance based on the requirements and conditions of the exemption. In conclusion, we've given quite a lot of information. Of course, my slides are too collapsed, but you can get quite a lot of information about our program on the PVOC manual that is on our website. It gives the details of what we do, even detailed procedures, the conducts of the company that do inspection, and many other details. And of course, we are reviewing the program periodically to ensure that we are aligned to the upcoming challenges, and we ensure that we are trying to closing those gaps on the challenges. And that's the end of my presentation. You can get my contacts there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you for this presentation. I think that's the subsidy we needed for beginning our conversation. And with that in mind, I would like to call the PPB. Pauline, we have the floor for you for PPB's role on CAPS and the PVOC. Or
if you have a question, Kristen, I think you should ask. And the reason I'm saying that is there are some things that make sense to the speaker who's just presented, and you want to understand or you want to ask a clarification. I think it is okay. So please, yeah, I think it is okay.
We don't necessarily have to ask the questions. It sounds like there's like a lot of time later because we just there's so much information. So I'd rather wait until we're that it's more of the designated time, because I don't want it to distract from the next part. And then well, because the slides, this was just the first one I had, and I know there's others in the room that had questions too, but there's like the slide about the benefits of the PVOC program. And I was just curious, like if there was analysis done that could be shared about like how many counterfeits do you catch, preventing of I'm like, I need to see the slides again, but counterfeit and substandard products, like what is how many do you actually catch in the PVOC? And then the second benefit I think listed was about preventing like products making it to the border and then being sent back. Like, have you done an analysis about like how much prevention there is, things like that? I was just curious about the data related to that. That was my first question, but I'll wait for the other ones. And I know others in the room had other questions. Okay. Sorry to make you get it back up.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so with regards to the benefit, yes, of course, we have the data. Okay, I'm not sure about sharing the statistics though, but we have the information, the data of what has been stopped at the kind of supply before coming in. That is, sorry, just a minute. Okay. Sorry. Because we have the records of what has been stopped before coming to the country that we already have. I'm not sure about sharing the information because some of it is confidential. It has confidential importers, names of the importers and the actual exporter, that kind of thing. But yes, we have the information with regards to timelines at the port. Yes, we also have that. Within our port, especially the key ports, we have the government timelines that we're supposed to take so that before release of the goods, and it used to be horrible. Now we can see there's an improvement. I think those are already available somewhere online, I think through the website of some of the other government agencies like Kenya Ports Authority or Kentrade. But I know there have been improvement on the timelines. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Yeah, I'm not interested in the confidential information. It was more like the statistics that are like the driver of the policy for that. I think would be really helpful to see, given that, you know, the whole point of setting up a program like that is to understand the benefits of it, right? Or why do it? And so if that is going to be the requirements, you know, just from a regulator perspective, would be curious as to how much prevention there is. And if it really, you know, if there's statistics or any data about like, you know, does this really expedite, you know, the shipment process? Because I think that was also one of the ideas behind the program. So that was just kind of my initial thought. I know there's going to be a lot more questions, I think. But I thought this, you know, this was very, very helpful. I've met with colleagues from KEBS before, and I learned a lot today too. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I would like to come on in. Again, my name is Otieno Oyo from Kenya Bureau of Standards. We all accept the fact that one of the pillars that makes an organization to survive is the presence of usable and robust data. And as he has alluded to, some of this data, because of the faces behind them, could be confidential, so to speak. But behind all that data management, there are also standards. For example, the QMS standards. And then we have got the 13485, which is also on risk management. So within that record data, whatever, some of them are, the decision makers analyze the data and use risk management techniques, including our colleagues from the PPB, to determine what to surveil less and what to put more efforts on. And after doing that, that is why he's coming up with statements like it has improved. But if you want more detailed data analysis, then I think it is inundating you now to approach the organization, you know, one-on-one, so that you can get to know whatever it is that you want. But at this forum, I think what my colleague is saying is almost surfacing. Thank you.
I had one other question. The slide about the tiers of standards. I was just curious, can we go back to that one? I don't remember what number it was, but it had like the national standard and then like ISO was underneath that. Yeah, go back.
The one before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
So can you talk a little bit more about that? I'm just curious.
Yes.
How that works, because usually, you know, again, my background is in WTO matters, and usually what we see is ISO or, you know, international standards first, and then it kind of, you know, once if ISO doesn't, or whatever international standard body is not fitting for the thing, then you branch down, and I see it's switched. So I was just curious if we could have more information about that.
Sure. And I think that's I think it's a slide before, kindly. Yeah, this one. Yes. Sorry. Other people also get confused by that, but I'll try to explain how this works. So basically, for you to certify a product, you need a standard. That's the basic thing. Now, this level, we call it hierarchy of standards, helps us to identify which standard to use. By law, we're required to use the East African standards. So if a particular product, a particular medical device has a Kenyan standard or an East African standard, that's the one we'll use. If it doesn't have a Kenyan standard, then we'll use the next level now, which is the international standards, because there are some products that do not have Kenyan standard, but there's an international standard because we are also members of some of these international organizations and we recognize those standards. Again, if it doesn't have Kenya standards, doesn't have international standards, now we look at the national standards. So where it's coming from, if it's South Africa, Germany, US, if there is a standard for that product in that country, is the one we'll use because we don't have the other two. And then totally, if now the other three are not there, then what we'll do, we'll use now the manufacturer specifications. Yeah, but that is now like the last level.
So is there like a policy document or some type of SOP or some type of any type of document that explains kind of the thought process behind that, or is that like in the law, or as rulemaking after the law obviously authorizing KEBS, and then you all made a regulation to do that breakdown? Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, if there's more information about the objective of not using international standards first. If there's like a more of an explanation on the tiered process here.
We have the procedures that guide us on how to use this, and also the PVOC manual. But generally, what is in the law is that we are supposed to use our own standards, and especially most of the Kenya standards are actually also East African standards because of trading within East African community. You don't want someone in a neighboring country asking whether to comply with this standard, and yet we're in the same in the same community. So because of that, the requirement is to use at least the standard that members in the East African community will easily recognize, those easily understand. That is there in writing in law. But where that is not there, now we've generated a manual to guide on all this. There's actually the manual and also the operational procedure on how to now apply this hierarchy of standards. And this is actually also communicated to the contractors who we have agreements with. So this, you can go to our contractors, you can go to our website. I think in the SQMT Act status, you can correct me if I'm wrong, with the SQMT Act can give you the details about the issues of the East African standards.
Just basically speaking, again, to step in, we are working under statutes. And the word to use is whenever you are applying a regulation, the regulation has to draw the requirements from standards. In this case, we're talking of Kenya standards. Now, you have to unpack the word Kenya standard. A Kenya standard can be an adopted by complete reprint of an international standard, ISO, IEC, Codex, blah, blah. A Kenya standard can be an East African community standard, adopted. Again, after harmonization process, what comes out as a deliverable is an EAS, the East African standard. Then each and every national body or state partner now is inundated to adopt the EAC. And that is what he's trying to talk about there. The same Kenya standard can be a regional standard. For example, we are talking of African Regional Standardization Organization. We adopt them because we participate in the respective technical committees, after which, once a deliverable is obtained as an ARSO standard, we are inundated as a nation again to adopt the same. So the word there should be a Kenya standard, and there is a legal statute that actually plays in all this. So there are regulations, the PPB regulations draws those local requirements from Kenya standards.
Okay, so I have a clarifying question. So do you mean, just so I understand you, so you could have like an international standard, whatever, 01, and you could, so the EAC standards could adopt that, or Kenya standards would essentially formally adopt that. And so looking at this tiered process, there's this international standard, but you all have already adopted that. So it would technically be falling under the Kenya standard and not separate from international standards, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Or would it still be like the second tier?
What you are saying is like you are throwing everything, but I want to refine it a little bit.
Okay, yes, please.
Adoption process can be by complete reprint. The only thing that changes is the cover. Adoption process can also be partial, where you adopt but with amendments. So it is not. So what is here is Kenya standards, but behind it, it could be an international standard. And where none of these, that's what he's trying to explain as per the preferences. The first preference is a Kenya standard. That Kenya standard could be all these. If it is not existing, then we go for the regional standard if we have not adopted it. If we have adopted it, it is a regional standard, but it's a Kenya standard because it has been adopted by Kenya. If that one is not available, then we go for those that we might, because as it is known, standards have a long history, way back from 1947. Some of these states like Kenya exists from the 60s. So it means standardization activity also started the other day. And it is based or tied to the national development agenda. Today, I think we are talking of how many standards, about 8,000 or 9,000 thereabout. Yeah. That should actually answer the rest of the question you asked.
I was just going to maybe help try to clarify where the question was coming from, or maybe I'll use the word concern, but not in a negative way. So let's maybe play a scenario that there's an international standard in sterilization. Let's use 11135, right? Real common international standard. But there's also a Kenya standard that was developed around this time, but let's say that Kenya has not adopted yet the ISO standard. So the ISO standard is by itself and you have a national standard. Do you accept the ISO standard even though you have a separate national standard? And let's just say there's slight differences. And I think that's where some of the concerns come with the international discussion and international trade. I know you guys adopt certain standards. I think there's around 200 or so in the medical device sector, but we know there's many more out there. I mean, we recognize a lot. ANSI adopts several, but that's probably 20% of them. And so FDA in our law has it that we make preference to the international standard first, because the national adoption process in certain sectors may not, it's a business decision for the SDOs to decide whether or not to do a national adoption. The government is asked not to make preference over them. We only use a national standard when an international standard does not exist in a preferential kind of treatment. And I think that's where the question is coming from. So if I had an ISO certificate in or an IEC certificate in 60601, but you also had a Kenya specific electrical safety standard, how does that work? I think in the prioritization of the slide is where I'm feeling that there's not clarity on the understanding of your workflow model.
Sorry, when
you.
All right.
It's okay. Just go ahead.
I thought we have already answered that, because again, you are actually asking, if I look at what you're saying, is points of decision. We have a national standard and there is an equivalent international standard, and maybe there is a slight difference. Mm-hmm. If our standard, because the enforcement wing, that is standards enforcement department or directorates within the Kenya Bureau of Standards, they are alive to issues in the market. So these issues will kind of be coming. If the issues are that, because again, we have to actually accept the fact that international standards may not be very tenable, for example, wholesomely to some of these particular states like Kenya, given the geographical location, the climatic conditions. Some of them, actually, the prescriptions are such that those climatic conditions are not available locally, particularly when it comes to matter test method, the pressures, the temperatures, and all those things. That means that if there is a favorable market feedback on the existing Kenya standard, we'll continue using the Kenya standard. But where there is total similarity, or ours is actually inadequate in certain aspects, then that means that we have to withdraw ours, and those decisions are normally made through what we call standards maintenance process. So maintenance process can result in review and withdrawal. It can result in confirmation, or it can result in revision. So those are things which I call them decision-making points, which are an ongoing issue. So there is no conflict as far as we are concerned with regards to that. But as we say, the effort today is to ensure that Kenya, as much as is possible, participates in this technical committee at the international level, so that we kind of do away with those requirements that may actually make our standards differ from the international one. And that makes adoption of the international standards very easy. And that one we do on a regular basis.
Thank you, Chitas.
Maybe I could jump in too, just to follow up, and then we can move on to the next topic. I think the one scenario that some of the industry is experiencing is that when they've chosen the route, the appropriate route that comes to this channel, they're complying with the relevant ISO or IEC or other international standard, and the Kenyan standard is not aligned. And then the question that the manufacturers have is, how does that comport with the TBT agreement that we discussed this week in Article 2.4 that requires the use of the relevant international standard as a basis for the national or regional technical regulation. And then when that's happening, the manufacturers are getting routed through the retesting and the recertification when they're already complying with the international standard. And it's recognized that there can be a difference of the EAC or Kenyan standard if the justification is provided. But in most cases, we've not seen that justification.
Again, through WTO, we will get that component, or rather that concern, as we may put it. And once it comes through WTO, because we are members of the WTO, we address it on needs basis. So we address it by either reviewing our standards. That could sometimes take, because I've seen sometimes going by the number of years I've been in this particular space, all that it requires is to do a corrigendum. All that it requires is to do an addendum. And that takes a very short time. And the issues are actually whatever, because science, as far as I know, there is the universality aspect of science. So science here is the same as science all over the world. So WTO is also one of the feedback points from where we get what to do with whatever standards that we have at the national or at the regional level. And we know that is also something that is an ongoing activity.
May I request that I do the presentation I was to do for PPB? It might help to allay or help us to understand, because where he's coming from, it's a very relevant point from KEBS, but there's been dynamics that change and we need to change to actually align to what you're asking. And he may not be in the purview, not being that he's not at PPB. So maybe I can share the presentation. Then we can now pull the questions, because I see what you're asking, but I see his response, and maybe we are not aligning. Yeah. May I? Would that be a, yeah.
Totally. And you know, we were supposed to have like a coffee break, tea break a little earlier. So what about we have like, oh, okay, sorry. So we'll have your presentation if it is okay with everybody, and then we will break for coffee, and then we come back for the questions and discussion session. Thank you.
Okay. So I got to interact with the Kenya Bureau of Standards last year because of the piloting WTO GBT2+ for piloting for medical devices. And I actually understood intimately the conformity assessment legal framework they have, how it came to be, and the journey that we are. So I'm pulling these up because it helps you to understand a few things about the regulation of medical devices in Kenya. The law is anchored on these four arms. There's a current review to one other document, the Kenya, the term on the street is KDA, Kenya Drugs Authority, although we have recommended that term changes to the Kenya Health Products Regulatory Authority bill. Now, the CAP 244 that you see, please put back the presentation. Okay, so the CAP 244 that you see is a very old CAP. It's the pre-colonial 1957 law that established medicinal substances. And if you had the common theme around this week, we've all had to repeal or change or and I think I saw the medical I saw Tanya referring to how the law in South Africa they changed a medicine and put a health product, and that went haywire. And I can confess we have actually been to a similar path. Okay, so next the slide on legal. The next slide, please. No, previous. So the CAP 244 did not have any communication to the distinguish to distinguish medical devices, medicines. They were all termed medicinal substances. There are some changes that have been made, but in changing a legislative framework, you repeal or you make amendments. And it became very evident that we could not make the repeals to CAP 244 because of exactly the situation we've had where an attempt to change the meaning of a name, an attempt to put a name to mean another was not working. So there has been subsidiary legislation of 2021 and 2022. And this is because you see it being before the Health Act of 2017. The Health Act 2017, we had gotten to a place where we could squarely argue and put out that medical devices, its definition, its structure in law could not be accommodated within the within the CAP 244. We needed therefore a new law that spoke to the regulation of medical devices. It is in Health Act that we see the definition of a medical device. And believe you me, because I've been on this, all that the legal minds of that time did was put the definition of a medical device and nothing else, not the other legal arms to support the regulation of. So yeah, now we have a medical device, but still the rest of the legal terminologies and speaking are still medicinal. Yeah, so there's medical devices, but how do we apply to what we are saying, the conformity assessment? How do we apply to rule-based regulation? How do we talk to risk-based class? How do we talk to what we know needs to be done in accordance to the international medical devices? And that 2017 timeline, you'll see in the other slide why it's important that that's when it gets. So again, that was not enough. And to change a legal process, I don't know about your country, but yeah. So this new one, the most recent one of 2022, I think we were extremely lucky. We were lucky because the house on the hill, we refer to that as our state house, had it that the benchmarking that is currently also undergoing needed to happen. And therefore, from the Attorney General's office, our policy arm, the Ministry of Health, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, we were all aligned. And therefore, whatever needed to be done was done at a historically faster level than could have been done ever before. Here, we were lucky. We were able to now align, having had a definition in 2017, you can see the timeline 5 years later, the law that supports the regulation of medical devices as it ought to be. Please move to the next slide. Next. Next. Again, next. Again. And again. There. I'll work backwards. This is a footprint, a blueprint of how we've made the regulation of medical devices, because it's been in my hands since 2011. In 2011, Resolution 67.20 of the World Health Assembly indicated and explicitly communicated that member states needed to have mechanisms in place for the regulation of medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. There was no regulation in Kenya. Medical devices used to be imported and there was no one to look. At that point, the Conformity Assessment Act that the Kenya Bureau of Standards is referring to was the only legal entity speaking to the issue of mandate of medical devices. So what does an entire government do is look to whoever has some legal structure to help, because there were lots of counterfeits. There was just chaos in the market. So that law was enacted, and you see that the Kenya Bureau of Standards is in a different ministry to health. We're in the Ministry of Health.
That's our policy. They are in investments and trade. So that is started by trade because they see the need and because the market is chaotic. And here we are as a regulator told, get your act together. The regulatory authority needs to put the infrastructure. Obviously, it was going to be extremely difficult to put everything together. So what began with listing, the manual mapping of everything that was coming to the Kenyan market. And that happened because we had import controls that we could be able to use and we could be able to tally. And that process took us about a year, 2 years to get everything together. And the import permit we were able to now effect. That meant that we could not progress. And at 2011, we had a very simple form. I think that I see people who would come to our desk. We had a very simple Word document that was form 1 that we were using. Even before we could be able to make it legal, we had it gazetted. We had to have everything document that needs us to enforce going through a legal process. So the first step was gazettement. And we see that the Gazette came through in 2014. We started in 2013. It's 3 years of cleaning the market, noise, legal. We used to be taken to court I think every month I had someone taking me to court or taking PPB, and there was nurses with the needles, there was a physiotherapist with the wheelchairs, there was anybody who felt, because again, they had no one looking after what was happening. It was not obvious that resistance needed to become, and now they needed to pay because an import permit is 0.75% flight on board. So every consignment comes, you need to pay. So there was that resistance. So in cleaning up the market and everything, it took us about 3 years for the gazettement of that notice. When the gazettement was done, we knew now that the policymakers was paying attention. They were seeing what we were trying to do. There was cleaning and alignment. And you see that led to the creation of a portal, the PPB portal, and that made the automation of processes where now it's not just listing, it's that every product coming to the market actually needs to have a registration certificate, and you see that coming through in 2017, 2018, and the migration and separation of the 4 classes. At this point in 2014, we had already developed our guideline in alignment to the International Medical Device Regulators Forum. We had risk-based classification. We had some summary of product and performance, but still we don't have enough capacity for the Kenya Bureau of Standards to relinquish the aspect of inspecting of what is coming to the market. So they said, your 2 government agencies, you set up the infrastructure for market authorization, well, this conformity assessment. And if you hear what Leonard is saying, it got to a point where there was now chaos. There's PPB charging, there's Kenya Bureau of Standards, and they had to change their legal notice so that now there is alignment of systems and structures. So that happens with the migration and requirement, mandatory registration of Class C and D medical devices. We had to develop and also to phase the process. And that also made alignment of processes take place. We moved on to the registration of all medical devices in 2018. So the Class A, B, C, D, our market, the importers understand the risk-based classification we use, the guideline, we've conducted stakeholder sensitization, we have had our battles, and now we are friends. So now they understood the need for regulation and the reason why it was important. And of course, things even took a different notch when COVID-19 hit in 2020, and the process is still ongoing. Please move to the next slide. This is what I have said with regards to where we are, because there's still changes that need to be done. The point at which the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and we have these discussions with TITAS, they will and they have indicated the capacity for Pharmacy and Poisons Board to conduct quality audits of manufacturers from outside Kenya needs to be demonstrated for them to relinquish the authority of conducting the conformity assessment. So and this is perhaps where I can say there's a memorandum of understanding, but Pharmacy and Poisons Board ought to show that description and that strength for them to do it. How are we going to do this? Because of Reliance, we don't have enough resources to conduct the quality audits. So we are getting on board with Reliance mechanisms. We do conduct good manufacturing practices for medicines, but we realize we couldn't use the GMP processes for medicines for medical devices. It does not work. So what needs to happen is I think this week has answered. MDSAP aligning to Reliance programs so that we can map out, and KEBS can get on board and help us, basically maybe help us by sharing the information so that it is well what's integrated at PPB. So I don't know whether this, Christian, gives you an idea, because he will continue to tell you why they're doing, and that's the reason. But there is a movement, or there's a consensus to it. There is transition that needs to happen by capacity, because they can't move from the market, leaving a vacuum, and the Pharmacy and Poisons Board is not strengthened enough in law and in practice to be able to do the function that they're already doing. It's going back to the chaos that we started and have moved away from. So I wanted to share that hindsight, and that we are a transitioning economy or phase, and we are moving, and we work quite closely with them, but that is why you're hearing them speak it the way they are. Importantly is also to note what Leonard said. If at the point of entry, a product has a registration certificate from PPB, usually they'll step aside. You can correct me. They'll say, we understand that you have undergone a registration procedure. PPB has given you this. Then they don't conduct the same verification. But where products don't have, then they step in for that note. So this is a situation. So now we can ask the questions so that we know how we can manage this transition, or what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. Yes, thank you very much, because yes, I think this really helps us building some bridges. So then the discussion that we're gonna start having right after a coffee break is gonna be making much more sense. So thank you very much for the proposal and jumping in. So let's break for like a 15-minute coffee, and we will be back at 11, a little bit less.
Again, my name is Otieno Yo. I work for Kenya Bureau of Standards. May I felicitate my only sister, but I've got several other sisters from Pharmacy and Poisons Board. Please give a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. Two, I would like to tell you that medical devices, when we say medical devices, what I imply are the devices together with the equipment. That is my definition, not legal. So lawyers, please be forgiving. What she has done is a culmination of what I call a 25-year journey. I personally started the medical equipment and medical devices technical committee at the Kenya Bureau of Standards 25 years ago. So when I joined that organization, I was given a small desk. Actually, I never even had time to register and practice my pharmacy and pharmaceutical knowledge. But I'm happy today when I look back that it has grown to be a 25-year-old with a regulator. And that's where I want to start, regulator. Sorry for that. Can we, I don't know. I'm doing this for purposes of explaining something, what we had in the morning. So what we know is that regulator will develop what we call regulations. So the lawyers will help me out here. Are regulations legal instruments, or are they quasi-legal instruments? They are legal instruments. And I want us to understand this one very clearly. If you look at the trade between Kenya and Europe, when EU comes up with a regulation, it is a legal instrument and therefore a legal requirement. And therefore, why I'm celebrating my sister is because today we now have what we call regulations. Thank you very much. So we have regulations. Now, a regulation can be one, or they can be several. There is the legal notice, which is also a regulation from Kenya Bureau of Standards that was actually filling a particular lacuna. Now, these regulations, the last time I was told is that a regulation must have objectives. Is that right? And I know that beautiful regulation has objectives. Because at the end of the day, we measure the performance of a regulation through what we call objectives, right? And the very noble objective here, going by the fact that our current Kenya government is implementing universal health care. The implication here is there has to be access, easy access to medical devices. Are we together? So it is very important that we understood this. Now, these objectives are maybe gotten out of what we call they are actually part of the requirements. So this is what we normally measure. There is a best practice document by WTO. If you go to this document in Annex 3, it recognizes standards as the best, way of mitigating TBT, what we call technical barriers to trade. Now, we are cognizant and very much alive to the fact that in this part of the world, manufacturing is being done. We are attempting to manufacture, but we have not gone there yet. Does it mean that the population will have to wait for us to actually be manufacturing? No, because we know that globally, there are other partners, the US in this case, Brazil. In fact, we have been doing very well with Brazil. South Africa and Egypt, mention them, EU, that are actually manufacturing. And therefore, we can easily get this equipment across our borders, basing them on regulations, which actually recognizes standards. Are you together? Now, there are some questions that have come in on what you call, there is this thing, I want you to understand this, pre-market. Then there is what you call post-market. If you look at pre-market requirements, I'm being very basic here. Pre-market requirement is at who is supposed to be here? Is the manufacturer, is that right? This is within the space of the manufacturer. And within this space, there are researchers, there are designers, there is everybody, including standardizers. Are we together? So KEBS have got nothing, being an NSB, to do with pre-market data and pre-market aspects. So where does KEBS come in? It is at the marketing level, okay? And maybe post-market, because we have a complaint department. And we can assist our sister organization, Farmers and Post Board, if there is, because we don't throw away complaints. We also don't throw away compliments. We have to structure them properly so that they can be meaningful to us. That is part of the data that KEBS as an organization, and of course PPB through their Customer Relations Office also collects. So this data is there. So we are here after the pre-marketing when the marketing is happening. That is the production and distribution. That is where Kenya Bureau of Standards and other NSBs comes in. So we are happy that the child that we were trying to grow is growing and is almost coming to be. But what we are saying is that we have to work very seamlessly, and we're working very seamlessly in the sense that standards will always be available and are available. Now, I had talked about standards, and if you look at the Kenyan law, I'm not talking of international law. It says products shall be cleared into the Kenyan market based on the Kenyan standards. So when it comes to matters Kenya standards, it is not made, there is what you call technical committee made standards through, from grass, from nothing to a standard. That is where there is no international standard. If we have an international standard, we actually make it to become a Kenyan standard through the process of adoption. And I gave you the two scenarios of adoption. One of the scenarios was adoption by complete reprint. The only thing that changes is the cover page. That is what makes it a Kenya standard. And because we are part and parcel of ISO IEC, we are allowed to adapt and domesticate these standards. Sometimes because of other aspects, including cost of testing, the equipment become very expensive. We can make change, which means we adopt it through amending, all right? Which is also allowed, as long as you don't interfere with the technical content of the document. It is still a Kenya standard, but it is equivalent to the international standard, all right? And the beautiful thing is that whenever such changes are made, we normally collate those particular changes, and the next time there is an ISO technical committee meeting or working group meeting, we present the same case so that we are either heard and corrected, or we actually make it better. Most of the time, such engagements always results in a better, more robust document. And I want to give you a good example. Somebody want to test, for example, acidity. There are so many ways of testing acidity. Somebody can use a litmus paper to determine whether it is acidic or alkaline. Is that right? Another one will use another method. Which other method? Titrating method. Is that right? You titrate to actually whatever. Somebody else will use yet another method. So these methods, as you go into them, some of them are very expensive. And my experience is that some are put into the document depending on who actually was the originator of the document. It could be a company that has got a very robust R&D, and therefore whatever equipment they're using are state of the art, and therefore they put that particular method into the document. It might not be tenable for this economy. So we can actually test the same acidity using a different method, and then we say we are adopting but with amendments. So I wanted to clarify that ours is here. We are not here. We are not dealing with pre-market data. Most of the data that we are talking about is the production and distribution data. For example, we have got a standard, KS ISO. It is 74. This one is a standard, it's a Kenya standard, but it is adopted from ISO. This is a standard that is concerned with condoms. We all know that, is that right? And when we test, therefore, a product based on this particular Kenya standard, it is supposed to be performing. So where it fails, then we say it has failed. And there are no two ways about it. If it fails, maybe it is us who tested, or it could be PPB, or it could be somebody else against the standards. As long as it was done properly, then it has failed. So it is a Kenya standard, but adopted from an ISO standard. So this is a clarification I really wanted to make. And my sister made the points, and the points are very clear that there is now an existing regulation, which is actually maturing. And through that regulations, of course, we expect proper uptake of standards going forward, and that a lot of data is going to be generated that can actually help this country going forward. I make my point, and unless there is any other question around this, I want to leave the stage. Thank you very much.
Well, there are cases, and I think this is where the rubber meets the road, where pre-marketing authorization has been issued by PPP, and then there are always cases whereby why kept? Why kept? Can you kindly dwell on that? Why in some cases, even after pre-marketing authorization has been issued, we may inspect?
If I quote my sister correctly, she said and alluded to the fact that the regulation they have now can authorize them to do registration. And for it to be registered, then those aspects of pre-marketing data must come to the fore. And the best organization to have that particular data is Pharmacy and Poisons Board, because these are things that are relating to human health, all right? So they require the data of how it was arrived at, right? So now once they approve, because they need to approve that pre-marketing data and information, or dossier, so to speak. Once they have approved it, then the production now goes on or starts, right? So now the production, because that pre-marketing, as I said, there is the element of material choice. There is the element of fitness for purpose. So when you're talking of fitness for purpose, it means quality. And that particular quality is also inbuilt in the standard. So that is actually them to deal with. When it comes to matters distribution, yes.
He's coming to it, don't worry. I'm listening to him. I know what he's talking about. Yeah. I know what he's talking about. I want him to finish with pre-marketing authorization. And what he's saying, what it involves, research, design, fitness for purpose. And then when the PPB authorizes you now, then you go into production. You know what you're producing is not probably what was authorized, and it is coming. So what do we do with it? I think that Titus, you can still continue. Maybe unless she thinks that you are not answering me.
I want her to maybe come up with a question so that I can finalize. Please, my sister. Oh, sorry.
Before you go very far, he asked something that maybe I would have given a shorter answer, and I alluded to. You've been given a certificate of registration by PPB, but still KEBS will come to it, and it is one answer: quality audits. The Pharmacy and Poisons Board, medicines. Do I see anyone here doing medicines? So let me say Panadol, acetaminophen. I have been to Ireland, the manufacturing facility for Panadol, because there's good manufacturing practice certification required. I have not gone to Medtronics, who's here, that imports medical equipment to Kenya, because we needed to capacity build the aspect of physically or having the aspect of knowing what is coming from Medtronics to the Kenyan market is a product. And that is why the Kenya Bureau of Standards still will have the registration for Medtronics, yes, because we ask for ISO 13485, but they understand that we are still not going there to authenticate, but they do through the SGS, they listed the body. That is the reason why that happens. And now he has just alluded what I said. We are getting onto reliance practice for manufacturers of medical devices so that the quality audit aspect that is missing at PPB we can close that gap. And now we'll have to move forward easily. I think that is what I just wanted to share.
And Titus, that is the lion in the house.
My suggestion before I finalize is that we need what we call standard terminology, because you're talking of quality audits. I was alluding to the fitness for purpose and then all these things. Now, it is important that pre-market dossier is presented to the regulator, and therein will be the aspects of the research, maybe papers that have been so far, its effectiveness, is it fit for purpose? And then behind that fitness for purpose will be aspects of design, material choice, aspects of issues of safety, and so on and so forth. You are talking of pre-market, it has not been marketed. Then after that, it moves. Do remember, if it comes to matters drugs, we have got 3 phases for pre-market. You require the phase 1, the phase 2, and then the phase 3, which now talks about a larger population sample for it to be performing the same with very minimal error, if any, for it to be accepted as being fit for purpose. Now, the problem with that particular level is that many companies tend to even patent design aspects of the component. They patent them. And because we also want to leave room for innovation, I could come up with the same thing, doing the same, fulfilling the same purpose, but having a different design. Will I be prevented from actually whatever? So that's why ours is at what she's calling the quality level, which is actually production and distribution level. Now, everything shall be tested in an accredited laboratory. What we are saying is that it must not just be KEBS labs. So there is again a misnomer when it comes to aspects of quality tests. We are trying to open, the move is to open the market so that laboratories anywhere can test depending on the convenience to whoever is seeking services, laboratory services. But those particular labs, the common thing, the underlying thing is that they must all be accredited. We have got an accrediting institution called Kenya Accreditation Service, or in short, KENAS, which is accrediting laboratories. And all these, once as they done, because when it comes to, let me address myself to what you are saying, pre-market, you know, the performance of this particular device or equipment might not have been known. So it means the rate at which this new equipment is going to be tested for conformance is going to be higher. So I'm taking you back to what I had said earlier, the risk-based, you know, management of systems. So it is still risky. And therefore, because we don't know its impact, we have to actually test it more robustly and more regularly. But if we find that every now and then we test it, it is actually meeting the requirements, it is safe for use, that means that the risks are already getting less and less. So it means, therefore, in the inspection realm, we also have to now make sure that we spend less resources in that equipment, but keep monitoring while we can actually take those resources to more deserving areas. I don't know whether that makes it a bit clearer now going forward. Yes.
If I may comment just on two things that Oyo has mentioned, I think, so that they are clearer. One of them is the standards development process. When Oyo is saying we develop, that does not mean KEBS alone. It also means KEBS, importers, academic institutions, even PPP, partner government agencies. So these are not KEBS alone. It's KEBS and the stakeholders related to a particular process, rather product. And then also he has mentioned about accredited labs. The KEBS as a member of the ISO is that we recognize other accredited labs. It doesn't mean it's only KEBS that is supposed to issue these test reports for to confirm conformance of a particular product. The motto of ISO is, you know, test once, use everywhere. So as long as it's an accredited lab, that one we can recognize them and use them. That's what I wanted to put across. Thank you.
Maybe I go first before Steve, my chairman. I'm David, former chairman of MEDAC and works for BBRON. Now, maybe an explanation about the KE ISO 4074, which is one of the essential products for this market. Now, in my understanding is that ISO is the top. So if I'm a manufacturer of a condom and I meet the ISO requirement, I think automatically I should not be subjected to the Kenyan requirement unless my product, maybe usually have products maybe getting out of specifications, maybe because of manufacturing error or something. But during designing, there is stress testing, and therefore it should capture all stresses or all market needs and during design. Secondly, Pauline alluded that one of the issues or why things are still under KEBS is they don't have capacity to audit the manufacturing site. And my call for me here would be, the purpose I think for this was to go into the reliance mechanism. KEBS is aware about the 13485, which is an ISO that is issued to people who, a manufacturer who does designing, development, distribution. There's a scope for that. So if I'm a manufacturer who is certified and I present a certificate to you to show that I qualify for that ISO, I think KEBS, what you need to do is to confirm whether my ISO certificate is real. That means you need to either contact the notifiable body on the other side that issued, for example, TÜV, and confirm the certificate presented for BBRON, is it authentic? And therefore, I should not be, KEBS, the issue of PVOC should not come up there. I think that's what I have for now.
Thank you, George. David, eh? Yeah, David. You can see how difficult it was to be eloquent on trying to discuss without getting back to KEBS. You are talking of ISO. Actually, those are national quality infrastructures. And at the local level, that is in the country nationally, then one of the national quality infrastructure is Kenya Bureau of Standards. I'm saying one of them. We have got accreditation facilities. We have got enforcement arm. We have got the regulators. They form part and parcel of what I call the national quality infrastructure. If you're a Christian, many a time you might not divorce yourself from the name Jesus. Much as you might try to say, is he or is he not? But as long as you profess Christianity, it's very difficult sometimes to remove or divorce yourself from the name Jesus. In that light, it's also not very easy for you to divorce KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards. Now, we are mandated by law to manage matters quality of products and services within the country. We work with other agencies, other regulators. We are not the sole regulators. And in fact, the more regulators we have in the field, the better for us, in the sense that we now can have a more refined, definite scope that we can be very effective in, rather than when they are all spread all over. And then you find that the resources being as thin as they are, we actually have to divide it between those many agencies, and that becomes very difficult. We accept we have got our own flaws, but in aspects of management of those whatever, we are doing it very well. Now, going back, if you have you are a manufacturer, locally manufacturing. So one of the things that you have to do is to approach the quality infrastructure. So before you go calling on the Pope outside, you need to call the Archbishop or the priest locally. And that is Kenya Bureau of Standards. So that is one of the misnomer and mistakes we do as manufacturers. We tend to go to somebody called ISO without recognizing the fact that we pay levies on an annual basis to become members. That's why once we adopt that ISO 4070 whatever, it is now cheaper. It is subsidized. That is because of the role that Kenya Bureau of Standards plays. So it's always important that you do so. Then let's assume that you have been given a conformance certificate by an external agency. It comes back to, do we recognize it? Do we have mutual recognition? And there are processes, a whole process of recognizing each other. All right. We have to have what we call interlaboratory proficiency testing, so that they also know our level of accuracy, and we also know their levels of accuracy before we finally say, yes, you are recognized. So it's just not, you are walking by and I saw you being very bright, and therefore you are very good, I need to recognize you. There is a process, a whole ball game again on the process of going through the accreditation, recognition of the certificates. Yes.
David, I was actively looking for you the last 3 days in the workshop that we've had. I have a feeling, a really strong feeling. Had you attended, especially day 3, you'd be knowing that maybe PPBs has already put forward to the CEO on us getting to the Medical Devices Single Audit Program, MDSAP. For that word you've just used, reliance. We're not in the business of complicating and making life difficult. I keep saying that. But as he's saying, we are growing. There are processes. We are moving from one place to the other. And I want to put you to task, because BBRON, and I'm grateful that you have a presence in Kenya. The facility in Germany will be coming to ask for the MDSAP certificates so that we can align. I already communicated to the other manufacturers in the room, help us as the regulator to help you move closer the process. We want to leapfrog from the learnings we've had, the engagements we're having. And that's the process we are on. So when I said we didn't have, I was talking of yesterday. As of tomorrow, we are a different organization, an entity, and we are here to speak to that. Remembering we are two government agencies, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Kenya Bureau of Standards. These, we have policy arms we have to go to for some matters to be made a reality. We cannot change the law, for example. We have to go through the right arms. Similarly, he's talking of what the Kenya Bureau of Standard is and has been doing. And that is a position. But we know there are things that we need to align, to iron out. And even I won't be able to do it. I'll have to go to our AG, Parliament, whoever needs to make the changes that need to happen. But that process, the wheel is turning. So next time we put out a workshop, David, I will be looking for you to be a moderator. But I just wanted to put that out.
Thank you, my sister, but I have to protect David. David, you're very much on point, and kind of let us make it a point that we seek information whenever we require them so that you can get clarity. As she puts it, all government agencies, one of the objectives they have is not to make business difficult. We need to attract more business into the country by simplifying our business regimes going forward. Otherwise, thank you very much for that question. And as you can see, we don't have any conflict. Yes.
Thank you. I would like to propose that we, unless you have questions, I would like to propose that we move on with some questions that we have. And I think it might address all some of those concepts and comments that you've done already. So I don't know, would you like to, I don't know, Terry or Scott or someone from, do you have questions or can I jump in or? Yeah, okay. So I will provide like a statement and you can tell me if I'm wrong because I'm not a legal expert into Kenyan law. So, but I understood from the Kenyan Constitution, Article 2, that you have the international treaties within your system. So when we talk about the TBT agreement and the WTO rules, they are international, but they are also Kenyan. And in as much they are Kenyan, and then you have an obligation, for example, to have standards that are aligned with international standards. And if they are not aligned, you are you can have differences, obviously, but those differences have to be justified, and this has to be based on scientific and analysis. I would have to, and this is the first statement. So if you have, as I understood, the Kenyan standards, they come from your analysis of what is there internationally, and then you bring domestically. And if you have differences, you adapt them. So my first question is, if it's these differences, they are really, they are scientific based. Do you have like the justification for them? Because that's important for manufacturers, for example, and for private sectors to go and try to adapt into your standards. And then my second question is, when we look at those standards on Annex 3 that you mentioned, and then the TBT agreement, which are part of your domestic law, there's a basic principle saying that we are supposed to have the same treatment for imported and national goods. So my question is, if you have a similar system of legal notice 78, which is the PVOC, which is for pre-shipment and imported goods, if you have something similar for domestically produced commercialized goods, we know that they're not so maybe many local manufacturers, but you still have them. So that would be my first two questions, so we can jump into other legal considerations, and especially concerning the system that you already have in place, because that's the best way I think we can approach a better understanding and assess the Kenyan market in a way that, like you mentioned, it becomes more easy, less bureaucratic, and more aligned. So I don't know if you maybe
Thank you so much for referencing to the TBT agreement and the national treatment principle together with the MFN, the most favored nations principle. My answer is very brief and short. If I refer to that standard KS, KS means Kenya standard. And then the ISO, EAC or whatever follows. So one thing we must make sure so that it's national treatment, the standard is one for everybody. Whether you are local manufacturer, or the product is being imported. So in terms of inspection, my colleague Leonard, inspecting an imported product, it will be based on the same standard. If it is locally manufactured, it is based on the same standard. If there are things to do with fees, charges, and whatever, it's based on the same fees, charges, everything. So in terms of treatment of locally produced or manufactured products and imported, they are all subjected to the same standard. We don't have, I don't know, there's no country with two standards for one product. So it's always one. So that's the starting point. The second point, you've asked me the question about deviation, because I remember this thing has been asked several times, especially when we are discussing the GRP with the US. But I liked, there was a presentation that was also made by one of our colleagues that they also do deviate. But you deviate when some of the objectives, because every country has an objective that they want to fulfill. So if this particular standard is not going to fulfill the objective of why you are developing it or why you are adopting it, then you are allowed, as you explained under the TBT agreement, when you are coming up with technical regulations, that you are not basing your technical regulations on a specific international standard. Or if you are doing so, you are deviating. You are supposed to explain why. And do you know when you'll come to realize that? When we notify the standard as a draft, and you come to realize that we have deviated from the international standard. You will give your comments, will subject your comments to the TC. The TC will consider your comments, and if they have not accepted, you'll get a feedback why. So all those are justifications why sometimes we deviate. But the main reason is if the legitimate objective that you wanted this particular standard to fulfill is not being fulfilled. Everybody will tell you the same, including FDA in the US. They do that. So it's not that we do it arbitrarily without having proper justification, because when we notify, the rest of the world will submit comments. And if we disagree with their position, we give justification, and it's always, yeah, I think, I don't know, have I answered your?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. But I just have two clarifying quick questions. I understand the standards are applied regardless if the products are national or imported, but what about the inspections and the testing? Are they also being done like for both? And then the second question is like, we couldn't find at the CAB's website, and I apologize for if I'm bad in these IT issues, but the list of the CAB's standards that are applied to the pre-shipment program. And that becomes very difficult for us, for example, to be prepared in order to attend all the standards that you require. So would it be possible for you to also let us know where we can find them? Where can we assess a list of all the standards that are applied to the PVOC system, to the PVOC program, and specifically to medical devices? So thank you for this.
Yeah, I think my colleague will answer that. I'm already seeing him opening the website, but I wanted to respond to your concern. The same standard that KS, is it 4074? And a product standard, when you open, we have three types of standards. There's a product standard, there's test method, inspection. So when you get that standard KS 40, then you go to a page called normative reference. You'll see in the normative reference, they've made specific reference to inspection method, test method. So I believe if an imported product is being subjected to that standard, the method will be the same, the inspection process is the same, sampling is the same, the requirement is the same. So still, as long as you're using that particular one standard for local and imported, there's no way you will subject an imported product to a different test method or test process if the standard is one. So I hope I've answered you. But Leonard, you can answer the question, where can they find the standard for medical devices if they want the list?
Thank you, Tobias, and thank you for that question. So before I give you the where to find the standards, I just wanted to comment that you cannot split standards, inspection, and testing. They work together. The standards developed, it's used for inspection, and it's used also for testing. I mean, it gives parameters and also the specs that a particular equipment needs to comply with. Just to comment is that our inspection arm is actually ISO 7020 accredited as an inspection body. And it's not only the inspection arm within KEBS, also other bodies that do inspections like our market surveillance arm that handles inspections in the market. And with regards to our standards, you know, what we have is an online catalog where you can go and search. When you go to the website, just at the top there's something called online services. Just below there, you'll find a standards catalog. Actually, there are two of them. And one of them is where you can even maybe purchase the actual, because we sell the standards, you can purchase the actual copy of the standard. But there's somewhere there you can go just you know, search medical device or whatever item that you want, then you get, and there are thousands of them. But of course, if you don't find it, then we can of course supply the actual links of the standard.
Thank you. I would like to take one step back to Leonard's presentation. You mentioned the PIVOC manual. Can I please just make sure to which version are we referring? The latest version of the PIVOC manual? Is it version 12 that is on the KEBS website?
That's actually supposed to be withdrawn. Now we are on version 13.
Okay, and
yes.
This version is not available publicly on the website for KEBS. Because I tried on the website, it shows the version 12 of June 2022.
Okay, I can check that, but yes, version 12 has already been withdrawn. Now we are dealing with the version 13, but okay. I can check why it's not available.
Okay, yeah. And for version 13, you mentioned in one slide the medical equipment, and that this medical equipment can be accepted with a PPB license plus a manufacturer certificate to ISO 13485. Which is different from the other, let's say, medical devices that have to be certified by external lab recognized as 17025, against 17025. Can we have a definition of what do you define as medical equipment? Because as regulatory professionals, we are familiar with the definition of medical device that PPB as well accepts and lists in the regulation as medical device. That is the instrument that is used to eventually diagnose, treat, using mechanical or physical mode of action. Here we have a different terminology that makes us different. It's a little bit confusing how to relate. So medical equipment is not defined, neither is medical device. Can you shed some light, clarify regarding these points and why medical equipment could be accepted with a PPB license plus ISO 13485? And this could not be the case for all medical devices, for example.
Okay, maybe it never came out clearly on my presentation, but basically what we are saying is if a farm is ISO 13485 accredited, we can use those test reports. So there's something Pauline mentioned that this is also a transition. So what we've started with is only the medical equipments. Yeah. So those are the ones that I think you'll see on the manual, but that does not mean that we cannot handle other medical devices. Of course, this is something that is being reviewed, like I've just mentioned. We moved from version 12 to version 13, just as a way of improving. Because because traditionally we're not handling medical equipment. Yeah, this is a role that I think came to KEBS from around 2018 or thereabout. Now, what that means is, if a farm has 134 85 accreditation, we don't need to again tell these guys to go for an accredited lab, maybe 7025. We don't need them to go that direction. So we can still use 13485. I think maybe it's something we may need to clarify further, but yes, thank you for your question.
Yeah, I agree. And it's very relevant. And the point is that it actually could apply to all medical devices and not only medical equipment, because all medical devices do follow the quality management system ISO 13485. So a possibility to clarify this term and potentially have it for medical device instead of having the category of medical equipment that is not clearly defined of what would fall under medical equipment versus other medical devices.
Maybe I just want to say something that all equipment are medical devices, but not all medical devices are equipment. For example, surgical blade. Is it a medical device or a medical equipment?
It is a medical device.
But it's not a medical equipment.
So we don't have a clear definition of
I
medical
just want you
equipment.
to
That's what
answer.
I wanted to clarify. Yeah.
You have a surgical blade. Is it a medical equipment or a device? Maybe you can answer that.
No, I think that because the lack of clarity
That's
is
why
going
we're
to
missing
bring
the
So I
definition.
think what he meant is that when he talks of an equipment, it's not, it is still a device, but not the device like a surgical blade. It's an equipment where you can plug it in. I mean, you understand what
That's why it would be beneficial to have it in the
have a
manual.
terminology and understanding of when he talks about a medical equipment, he mean a device. But there are some cases where I would talk about a medical device, which is not necessarily an equipment. I think he's really getting what I'm saying.
Pauline, please.
I'm looking for the words. I'm looking for the words because you're putting them on the spot that they may not be able to shed light. Cap 244, laws of Kenya, subsection, if I could project it, I would better read it. The definition of a medical device means any instrument, apparatus, implement, machine, appliance, implant, in vitro reagent or calibrator, software, material, or other similar or related article intended by the manufacturer to be used alone or in combination for human or animals for diagnosing, preventing, monitoring, treatment, and alleviation of disease, diagnosis, monitoring, treatment, alleviation of or compensation for an injury, investigation, replacement, modification, or support of the anatomy or of a physiological process, supporting or sustaining life, control of conception, disinfection of medical devices, or providing information for medical or diagnostic purposes by means of IVD's in vitro specification. I'm reading it for a reason so that we can. Now, that definition is the same definition from the World Health Organization. It is the same definition on the World Trade Organization reliance. What he's explaining is you putting him on the spot to this, he may not be able to say it. But I understand fully where the Kenya Bureau of Standard is coming from with the medical equipment, being as in parallel when you look at the conformity assessment, that is what they're able to do. So he may not know this, and that's why I'm reading it so that we know in the legislative framework where what she's asking would be referenced. And it is understood so. So Kenya Bureau of Standards may not be able to now have this or go to put this definition in their law because it's already captured in another legal framework in the legislation for Kenya. And given that, maybe sharing a little bit of experience, they would need to go through the same legal process to change anything. And at the AG office, they will be referred to here. So they can't be, they won't be able to remake a definition again. What needs to happen is the alignment. And we can, like I said, we're in transition. The things we will need to work together to work with. So I think I just wanted to allude to the Kenya Bureau of Standards. This is what she's looking for, but it's in this part of the law, and that's what it is. So we are aligned from top down to what a medical device is.
Yeah, maybe I just wanted to tell Pauline, you know, sometimes I pretend to be, not to be an expert, but I want to tell her that your colleague Alan, you know Dr. Alan? Yes. Dr. Alan sits in a committee that I'm the team lead. We discussed, you know, we were discussing the sectoral annexes on the USMCA chapter 12. And the same definition you've read is what we have in our Kenyan sectoral annex, which is actually responding to the USMCA. So I just did want to show that I know the definition because we've discussed it extensively with Dr. Alan, with my team, and it's not so similar with the USMCA. There's some kind of deviation, yeah. So for me, I was just talking, you know, sometimes it's good to talk like a layman, and you use the plain language, you know, there's the plain language, the legal and all that. So it's not that I don't know, I know so much that I wanted to give an example just because in your definition, you've also mentioned equipment, isn't it? Yes. So a device is all, but within the medical device, there are others. Could be equipment and all that she has read. So that's why what I wanted to say, that he was not wrong when he was pulling out the equipment aspect, because it's part of the whole spectrum of the definition of a medical device.
If I may, and thank you for that's both those points are very helpful as we document. We are building our own understanding in writing of the elements of the PVOC and the proper legal foundations. And we understand there's a transition to align the legislation with what the PVOC has. The challenge we have right now is that the PVOC references medical equipment, and we just want to see what that means legally. It seems there's no legal definition right now, which is a struggle on the one point. On the point of USMCA definition, I know this has come up a couple of different times, but the USMCA has what the three different jurisdictions have, but then the next part says what the text is that they commonly agree to. So there aren't three different, there's one common definition, just to go back to that point.
Like it's one thing that may confuse the issue or may not. I'm looking at the World Health Organization actually has a definition for medical equipment, and that may be the definition they're using. It's a subset of medical devices, is medical equipment. But again, I think all we're trying to get at is if we can understand what it is you mean, then people can comply to it. And actually, I don't know if we care, medical equipment, the WHO says medical equipment are defined as medical devices requiring calibration, maintenance, repair, user training, and decommissioning activities usually managed by clinical engineers. But if, I don't know, can I ask a few questions or do we, okay. I understand much better how things work in Kenya now, and there are a few more things that I'm curious about, not asking for specific information about any particular product that comes in, but do you have an idea for how many of the inspections that you do overseas actually require additional testing before you're able to give them the certificate, is one question.
I'll answer your question broadly because, you know, when we talk of testing, as I presented earlier, is that testing does not mean as picking us up and going to test. It also means accepting a test report, a recognized test report. So ideally, almost every product for every consignment is tested, again, depending on whether it's under route A or B or C. But that does not mean picking the sample and take it to the lab for testing. If a test report is available, then we can use that. And you know, especially for, I don't know whether to use the term medical equipment, which is causing confusion, but for some of these items, especially the ones under IEC EE scheme, those test reports run for, for years. And so, because if it's the same model that's comprehensively tested, complies with maybe the standard dimensions on electrical safety, then you don't need to test every year. You can test even after 5 years. So yeah, we can use the same test report. Why? Because the same model, and someone has already tested, and we are recognizing that certification scheme. So I don't know whether that sort of.
Partially, I guess,
Yeah.
I wonder how often after you get all the documentation of the testing that's been done, how often do you actually have to ask someone to go back and do additional assessments in the lab for that piece of equipment? You know, it's kind of like when FDA gets an application, you know, we review all these things, and sometimes we do ask them to go back into the lab and do something additional. So I was just curious, how often is the information they provide to you insufficient and you need to ask them to do more testing?
Well, for most test report, the information is sufficient. Because most of these medical equipment, again, like I've mentioned, they have IC test reports and IC test certificates, because those two are different documents. And so with those ones, all you need is what you can call document review. So the testing, I would say, especially for medical equipment, not referring to the other products under the PVOC program. For the medical equipment, there will be not a lot of testing, but rather use more of the documentary verification.
Okay, that makes sense. It was just more of a not very often or almost always is kind of the feel I was trying to get.
This Tobias reminded me that we also, there are also market surveillance testing and reports that are used. Yeah, so that one also feeds. So if, for example, I surveilled this product last month and there was no issue, then there will be no need for testing, especially if it is also complied initially. And I've now checked through maybe inspection or something, and I've seen it's okay. Then even the next consignments I will not be testing. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you. Maybe just to go back to the session we had before the coffee break, there was a statement that ISO 13485 certified facilities or items with that certification and a PPB license should not undergo the destination inspection. Or we're told that KEBS will move away from inspecting such commodities. I'm just curious, from the industry perspective, I think the dissonance is there that maybe that's not the current practice. And I know that there's also moves or transitions to kind of resolve that with the MDSAP. What will be the legal basis then if we bring MDSAP and the reliance to deal with the exemption of medical devices being inspected? What would be the legal basis for then the conformity assessment being applied rather, or the procedure for medical devices? Will there be a repeal or an amendment of that, and also that communicated or aligned with the PVOC manual and the procedural document? I think that's just the one question, the legal basis. The second one would be also on going back also to Leonard's presentation. There was something you mentioned on your slides about legal notice 78, talking of conditional release. Maybe you could just clarify, because I can't see exactly what it states on conditional releases. And while I have also the opportunity, just to clarify, there's also, thank you for clarifying about the PVOC manual revision. We noticed that also the manual exists, but it doesn't have any revision history. So you're not able to track and see what's the new change or being implemented, or what's the new concept being implemented. So maybe in terms of the opportunity to look at that, those could also clarify the definitions. And maybe can you clarify what's the purpose of the manual and the procedural document? How do they interlive?
Okay, let me start with the manual, and thank you for that feedback on the revision. The items that have been revised, I think we thought if we put just the number, the date was sufficient. Perhaps is something we may think about with regards to putting maybe a table of what has been revised. The manual is actually a public document, sort of compressing the many procedures that we have into one. When you look at that manual, it has quite a lot of details, but in a compressed format, kind of, because there are internal procedures for KEBS. There is the law, which is basically the legal notices. And then we also have the Standards Act. So the manual is a public document that compresses all this in an easier way to understand. And maybe from there now, if there's something that's not clear now, we can come in to maybe clarify that. So that is what the manual is all about. Otherwise, with regards to the actual implementation, there are now other procedures, internal procedures, giving more details on now what actually needs to be checked on the product. So that's the difference. That's the purpose of the manual. So your first question was on PVOC and yes, that will be the second. I'll come to that one. So PVOC and the MD-SAP, I think Pauline maybe can comment on the MD-SAP, but ideally we implemented so many products that are also regulated by other government agencies, including Pharmacy and Poisons Board. So if the legal framework is put in place well, they are able to do anything, I'm sure KEBS will have no issue of even now giving out the full mandate to KEBS, to PPB. But for now, we are at that pace whereby we are transitioning from items being handled by PPB and KEBS jointly to only being handled by one of their agencies. Maybe all the medical devices will go to PPB, maybe some will be split, or we don't know. But for now, we are doing sort of one agency is doing one part, the other one complements by finishing on the other part. And also just to comment is that we have a very good relationship of how we deal with PPP. I think Dr. Erimu had mentioned an MOU that KEBS and PPP have, which has been running for many years, by the way. And that just guides on how we cooperate to prevent this issue of delays, double regulations, that kind of thing. So it's still a transition, but I think we are getting there. With regards to conditional release, is there somewhere? I can look for the actual clause I show you, but it's where we are talking about the bond. So you've come with your consignment, maybe you don't have the right certifications, and the KEBS requires to draw a sample to go and test. So our testing may take time in some cases. So for that to cushion you from losing money in terms of storage and demurrages, we allow you to conditionally release, store in your warehouse where you're not paying some of these demurrage charges. And then once the results are out, then we tell you now go ahead. That's like a basic example of how it works, but I can get to the actual clause. Thank you.
Okay, so
sorry, we have Oyo wants to add something.
Okay.
KEBS is ISO 9001 certified. And that document requires that. All right, that document requires that we develop manuals as well as procedures and work instructions. So you asked, what is a manual? A manual is a document that describes what the company does in practice to fulfill ISO requirements. And the procedure is a specific task or the description of the tasks that are supposed to be performed so as to fulfill that particular requirement. So there are two different documents and they are all required by the QMS certification. Thank you. They are set as per the directorate and the tasks they are doing. So they have got, like in standards, we have got ours for standards development and our own manual. They have got also theirs. So it all comes back to the directorate. In fact, so as to clarify, why some of us are a bit quiet is when it comes to matters legality, we may not be very competent. And I think we will not be able to answer those aspects because we feel we are underrepresented. We have got a very robust legal department that I would kind of refer you to. But if it is required, then I think in future we'll be bringing them along as is required.
Maybe just to add, we have corporate manual, as in KEBS. Then there is the department, there is the function. You know, you got, if you understand ISO 9000 quality management system. So if you go to PVOC, that's now a function. So there'll be a functional manual, which is developed, drawing up from the corporate manual. And then when you go to the corporate, you have the corporate objective. Then you come down, then you start having functional objectives. Like PVOC, you have several objectives, which speaks to a specific corporate objectives up there. But then now you expound it further. QMS requires that even at functional level, you do develop functional manuals. So PVOC manual is a functional manual which speaks to the corporate manual. So I just felt that I could clarify. Like he says, we have testing manual, metrology manual. I mean, we have so many manuals. So, but for this particular case, you will be referring to the PVOC manual. Now, within the PVOC manual, there are so many documentations, like he's talking about the procedures and all that. And I believe PVOC documentations are part of the conformity assessment procedures, which are actually notified. So you notify them when, I think something that you guys also need to do, you need to be in touch with your WTO desks to be picking some of these documents that are posted for review. Some of these manuals, like he's saying, even what you're asking about the previous one, you will see the proposed changes and the reasons why you comment and all that, and then finally it is issued. So if you are following up on specific key areas, even the manuals, because they are part of conformity assessment procedures, they are notified for comments.
Thank you, Tobias. Let me jump to Pauline. She has a question. Sorry, she has a question. Then Terry has a question. Then we can like pass to you and so on.
I don't have a question. I was alluding to what Leonard indicated. Stephen, also to say that processes, they take time. And for us as a regulatory authority, to make anything happen, we have to have the legal infrastructure. We have to have documentation, processes, procedures. There's a tremendous amount of changes taking place at PPB. You're aware of that. So even in saying that MD SAP, as we get on board, it doesn't mean it's going to happen right now, but it's a concept already, as we're indicating as an institution, we are seeing its positive impact in ensuring that we can move forward and support this process and manage this process of ensuring we have the element of quality audits for manufacturers for medical devices aligned. There is the KDA bill in Parliament, I think yesterday, Thursday, yes, it went the third, fourth round of reading. And if you've taken time to read, because I was part of the team that was drafting, the aspects of medical devices are square, including risk-based classification, the rule-based procedures, the definitions, and the requirement for audit. So those are things beyond my control. Like you're saying, there are things beyond this table, but there are things I'm acknowledging we already are aware and have done things to do it. So once the bill goes through the current National Assembly reading, there's the process of adoption, and then now it becomes a legal entity we can use. So that is what I just wanted to bring on board. That's what I'm referring to as processes, that there are things that are happening, but they don't happen overnight for us. We can't just wake up and it has to take, and we are very aware and cognizant of that. I wanted to make that addition. The other clarification is to really echo and ask that industry help us to be able to meet the requirements we ask. We put out notices. Stakeholder involvement is extremely important in order for us to conduct a regulatory impact assessments. We put out those requirements. Help us to be able to do that. The call for your input when Parliament was discussing was put your comments, because this is the way we will be able to then be seen to be positively conducting the right thing. And that's the partnership here. We are saying all of us actually now have business in this. We need to make it move forward. Let it not be that so-and-so is not doing enough, so-and-so has not done. How do we actually walk this journey where we know that improved regulation means we have better quality medical products in our market? Improved legislation means we have cover and we have provisions that support our work, and where industry, your voice is well taken note of and heard. And when you advises and when you make comments, you know that your comments are being picked up upon. And when we have advisors from very experienced and mature authorities, I've incredibly had a different and view of the USFDA process in the last 3 days, the transparency, the way in which mechanisms work, but also the very advice that take what works for you. Not everything that we are doing may work for you. Take what works for you. That's been incredible. So this is my note that we are moving. Small steps, but they're there. And I think that was just the message. Thank you.
Just one more question to get back to my understanding of the incidence of things. In just as I searched on the KEBS website for medical device related standards, there were 197 standards, and I just wonder, most of them are joint ISO standards. Do you know how many of those are, what fraction of those are identical ISO adoptions? Like you said that you often just put a cover page on there. So what fraction do you just put the cover page, and what fraction are there actually some differences?
We may not have had opportunities to do the quantification that you have over there. And therefore that question may not be answered by me at this moment. But
Okay.
if you still require it, we can do that analysis and then give it over.
Great, thank you.
ISO 13485 test reports based on that ISO certification are accepted by KEBS. Now, in the manual, ISO 17025 is what is mentioned. So what we've seen in the past is that PVOC agents acting on KEBS behalf object to 13485 and rather request for a test report based on 17025. So the question I have is, how can this be cascaded in a way that KEBS position is also what is we see with the PVOC agents who are relying on what is written on the manual? Thanks.
Thank you for that question. It sounds to me like an isolated incident that we can deal with, because I know it's some of the manual about 13485. There are also emails and meetings that have been done with regards to that. So perhaps it sounds like an isolated incident that we can maybe try to look at what the product was, who was the contractor, what was their reason for making that, then maybe that way I'll be able to maybe we can maybe exchange contacts. Then I try to find out what happened. It looks like an isolated incident to me, unless maybe the other people have had the same challenge. Because also I think it's good to, this is also an opportunity for us to get the feedback from you, our key stakeholders, so that maybe if there's something that we can improve, maybe we can try to see what we can do about it.
Let me clarify that point, please. So the position is that the ISO 13485 is accepted for the equipment, but for everything else, you have to get test reports from a third party, which then the third party needs to be 17025 certified.
So it's not an isolated report, it's the general feedback that we are giving you as industry. So there is objection to internal test reports, just to make it clear. So because if your lab is ISO 13485 certified, and it's your own test reports, these are not accepted, and actually this is the big problem.
Okay, I think I now get it. It's clear, and I know that. But I think we've had a meeting with I don't know where Sandra may be aware. We had a meeting with the MDRC, and that also came up in that meeting. And it's a feedback there's something being considered, and I know even as late as this week there was some discussion on how to handle that. So it's something that we're already aware of, arising out of a meeting we had with the MDRC some time back, and I know it's something being considered. So that will be communicated once it's done. If the proposals that are being done, if they are accepted and everything, they are reviewed by management. If it's accepted, then of course there will be a review of the manual and review of the requirements. But I know it's something that is under consideration. So for now, that's where we are, but hopefully things will be better for the importers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we're all very engaged in the discussion, and we're really very happy to listen that we're definitely all together in the same boat. And we're all together looking forward to continue navigating to get into a much more better port. So thank you very much. And we're going to be breaking now for lunch. I know it is going to be challenging, but if we could make it back in 45 minutes so we can continue the conversation and then be back on track. Get back on track with the agenda that we have for the afternoon, that when we will go deeper into international standards and conformity assessment, we'll appreciate. As for lunch, David Wangombe should be somewhere around here. He should be here shortly. He has the lunch vouchers. Let me just get a hold of him and we will all get our lunch vouchers. Thank you.
And the lunch is served at the restaurant down. Okay, please pick a voucher from the two of us, okay, at the entrance.
Good afternoon. I think turning off the music was way much more effective than me inviting everybody to come in. So next time, now I know what to do. So thank you very much. Wish everybody had enjoyed lunch. We have lost a lot of our audience, but still, we would like to kind of like close real quick the session that we started, and our proposal would be, and hopefully, well, we have titles in here, and we do not have someone from PPB, I guess, but we can, of course, share the message with them that we're really very thankful for the conversations we have had. I think there has been a lot of learning. I hope that for all of us, but definitely for the MDRC team and the MEDAC members and the industry, and I'm pretty sure that also for FDA and ANSI and USAID. So we're really very thankful for the conversations this morning. And our proposal is for us, definitely there are several other questions that we would like to discuss with you and gain additional knowledge from you. We would like to propose for us to put together those questions and then convene for a follow-up meeting where representatives from all these organizations would be taking part of. And probably out of all what we have been discussing and will continue to discuss, we could share that as elements, as probably to produce an updated version of the Memorandum of Understanding that is currently in place, as you shared that it is that it has been in place for a very, very long time, and things have changed a lot since then. So probably that could be one of the next steps that we may have. So without additional comments, I would like to welcome Terry Woods and Scott Colburn for our session on international standards, and we will also have Kebs and Arso sharing with us. Thank you very much.
Before you sit down, this is the diversity, the strength in diversity. And I found her speaking too fast that I was not able to get a word. The next thing I heard was that you're going to give a chance to Titus and maybe, so could you please just, because there are 2 points you just brought out.
2 points.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for that. But thank you very much for the feedback. So point number 1, we would be putting together
a list of the inquiries that we would like to propose to be discussed in a follow-up session, where we would have representatives from all these organizations, not all together in the same call, because it is going to be difficult to manage, but having a representation from each of the organizations that we have here, so we can continue our learning and discussion. And the second one could be that based on the outputs of these conversations and this incremental learning, we could find that this might be serving as input for a potential update, if required, of the memorandum of understanding already existing between KEPS and PPB. And of course, if there's any, this is what we consider that could be kind of like logical next steps. But of course, if there's anything that either you would like to change or add to this proposal, let's talk about that. Was I sufficiently slow, or at least not
clearer
too
than
fast?
before? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least I needed to get this so that as we come out of this workshop today, shortly, in the next few hours, we should be able to have resolutions that we can all agree on, so that they form part of our report. And then now we can plan on those resolutions going forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So let's get started with the standards now.
Okay, there we go. So it's that after lunch sleepy time. I'll do what I can do to keep myself awake and maybe try to keep the rest of you awake. I'm Terry Woods. Not yet. No, if I get coffee, I'll be up till 3 a.m. So I'll let your stimulating company be what will keep me awake. I'm the director of the standards program at CDRH, Standards and Conformity Assessment Program, and Scott Colburn and I are going to talk to you today a little bit about how we use standards at CDRH. It's going to be a little bit of a repeat for the people that were here earlier in the week, but I think there's enough that weren't that I will go through some of this. If you could go to the next slide, please. And actually the next slide. Just to give you a taste for the scope of things that CDRH looks at, there's 175,000 devices that are on the US market, approximately 18,000 device manufacturers and 25,000 facilities. And so every year we get about 22,000 pre-market submissions that include all types of pre-market submissions. The majority of those are for what we call exempt devices, for which you don't have to submit testing, or you don't even have to make a pre-market submission. But again, 22,000 pre-market submissions, and of those, most of them are for the class 2 devices, and maybe we get less than 100 of the most high-risk devices, the pre-market applications every year. And we get almost 1.5 million reports on medical device adverse events and malfunctions every year. FDA's use of standards is, whoops, next slide. So FDA's use of standards is based on laws that our Congress passes. And so our first real mandate to use consensus standards was back in 1995, 1996, the National Technology Transfer Advancement Act, that said that federal agencies, not just FDA, but the whole US government, is supposed to use technical standards developed or adopted by voluntary consensus standards bodies to carry out our policies. And then the Office of Management and Budget, which is the arm of our government that takes those laws and tells the agencies how to apply them, published something called Circular A119, which tells the federal agencies that we shall use voluntary consensus standards in lieu of government unique standards wherever appropriate. And so again, they strongly urge us to use the international standards that we've worked to help develop, and not develop our own government-specific standards. There are some FDA regulations, and then there's the FDA staff manual guide that tells us even more specifically that FDA will preferentially use international standards where appropriate and when not in conflict with existing regulations. Next slide, please. And so this is kind of a parallel, but this is the evolution of the use of standards at CRH. The medical device amendments were back in 1976. So that was the first authority we had to specifically regulate medical devices. Before that, everything was considered a drug. And so you'll find some of the older standards, like standards for sutures in the US Pharmacopoeia rather than in another SDO, because they existed before 1976 and there's nowhere else to put those standards in a device specific place. Then in 1990, the Safe Medical Device Act of 1990 was passed that told us that we could use mandatory standards development at the agency's discretion. We have very few mandatory standards, a handful, 0. I thought there was one ultrasound. I think there's one ultrasound standard, maybe, but basically no. But the message it did give us was that standards is important to CDRH. Go forth and use standards. And then the FDA Modernization Act in 1996-97 added the ability for us to formally recognize a standard all or in part. And added the ability for us to accept a formal declaration of conformity. And Scott was an essential part of developing the procedures that we use for recognizing standards. Again, now, knowing what we know now, maybe we wouldn't have done it quite the way we did it, but that's what we've got right now. Moving a little further, the 21st Century Cures Act added to that section in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, a statement that we need to base the transparency of regulatory decisions on the use of standards and train employees. And I'll give you a little bit more about that. And then in 2018, we started a pilot of a conformity assessment program that we have. Next slide, please. And again, I guess just to emphasize those parts of the regulation, we have been told to we can recognize all or part of an appropriate standard established by a national or internationally recognized STO, for which you can submit a declaration of conformity. Next slide. And if a person elects to use one of those standards, you can use data or information other than data required by a standard recognized under the previous part to meet any of the requirements regarding devices in this act. And next slide. Again, just to show how global harmonization is important to the way we do business at FDA, this section also says, taking into account the experience with and reliance on a standard by foreign regulatory authorities and the device industry, again, we can recognize standards that will promote harmonization among regulatory authorities that are regulating devices. So that next slide is the legislative, the legal background for why we use standards. But why, there's also, we use standards because it makes sense. Standards are key to public health and safety. Standards is the place where we get participation by all of the stakeholders together, working collaboratively, not in the context of any specific device application, where everyone can share their expertise and their knowledge to come up with the best document that helps address whatever the issue is, the topic of that specific standard. It also gives everybody a chance to influence the content of that standard during device development, so that everyone can try to make it best support their needs and all of our needs, which is getting safe and effective medical devices to the patients. We think it also reduces the burden both on industry and on FDA because it harmonizes expectations across jurisdictions. So what we're trying to do is come up with international standards so that manufacturers can submit the same information to multiple jurisdictions, and so that our reviewers are accustomed to seeing information from a certain standard so that it's easier for them to review the content of what they get from the standard. And again, you know, the whole purpose of what we're trying to do is make sure that patients have access to safe, effective medical devices. And in the US, you know, we want it to be first in the world. Again, to next slide, please, emphasize that our use of standards in the vast majority of cases is voluntary. It's only mandatory if cited in regulations incorporated by reference. I guess ISO 13485 is going to be incorporated by reference. It, I believe, is the only one that we have. There's a few, but not. There are other government agencies in the US that use incorporated by reference very commonly, but at FDA, we have, unless it's such a fundamental standard like ISO 13485, we have chosen to not incorporate by reference because it's much easier to update a standard and to recognize an updated standard by just using the recognition process than by going through rulemaking or by making it part of a guidance document. Next slide. And so this is what we do in our standards and conformity assessment program. There's about 20 of us there out of 2,000 people in the device center. And we work with about 400 liaison reps. So about 20% of the employees at CDRH actually participate at the individual committee level in the development of standards. We have about 600 different specific standards committees that we participate in. And this is our standards life cycle that we use, again, to support our goal, which is to advance the development and the use of regulatory ready standards to get those devices to the patients as quickly as we can. So again, we spend quite a bit, probably the most of our effort on the standards development part of this cycle. We also then, in conjunction, work with the recognition of standards. We recognize about 1,500 international standards. Those are, the overwhelming majority of those are complete recognitions. We used to have 300 standards of that roughly 1,500 that were partially recognized. But again, we've I don't know, even more embrace the idea of trying to globally harmonize what we do and try to recognize whenever we can the entire standard. So we have reduced that number of partial recognitions from 300 down to about 100 out of 1,500. And again, we continue, just as you mentioned earlier, you know, working within the standards committee to take our, our objections or our wishes for changing in those changes of those 100 partially recognized standards to the table at the SDO to see if we can work with the other stakeholders to come up with a version of this standard that we could recognize completely. So together with the standards development and the standards recognition, we've also been working to include more conformity assessment in our standards life cycle to, again, reduce the burden on industry and also reduce the burden on our reviewers so that people can use similar, if not the same information in multiple submissions and be able to have less information submitted with the conformity to that standard to, again, save people's time and reduce the burden. And then at the whole time, we're working to develop, we call it the total product life cycle. As devices go onto the market, you learn about the experience once they've been on the market and make changes. Also with the use of the standards, as we've recognized them and see industry use them, we go back and make revisions or develop new standards to better support the approval and the use of new devices. Let's see, next slide, please. Oh, and I guess a little bit about those 1,500 standards that we recognize. Again, they are, you know, the overwhelming majority, what we consider international standards using the WTO TBT definition of an international standard. The SDOs are separated between those that that you vote based on your country of origin, like ISO and IEC, and then those where the participation in the voting is separated by organization or stakeholder group, like ASTM, IEEE, CLSI, and other standards. So again, we recognize standards from about 30 different SDOs. Of those SDOs, ASTM and ISO are the most common standards that we recognize. About 30% of our recognized standards are of each of those two. So again, one of the vote by country and one of the vote by organization type of standards. There's 7 more that are 7 total SDOs cover 90% of our recognized standards. But again, there's a lot of other SDOs that we work with. Next slide. And again, our use of standards is not mandatory. We strongly encourage the use of recognized standards in our pre-market submissions, but you can even use a standard we haven't recognized if you want to. We're obliged to look at whatever assessment a manufacturer decides is most appropriate to demonstrate the safety and efficacy of their device. We also strongly encourage the use of declarations of conformity with the recognized standards to reduce the burden of the documentation submitted to FDA. One very big difference that maybe we didn't describe in sufficient detail in the way FDA uses declarations of conformity and the way many other jurisdictions use it is, for us, it's a declaration of conformity to the standard. So the manufacturer says that in the testing that I did, this standard conforms to, this product or the testing conforms to the content of the standard. So our declarations of conformity are declarations to a standard. We don't have a parallel process where you get a product declaration of conformity. So again, I think earlier today you were talking more about you do a declaration or you end up with a certificate that the product conforms to the the requirements. For us, it's the use of the standard. So the product, the declaration is a declaration of conformity to the individual standard. And in each submission, you have multiple standards that there is a declaration of conformity to. Next slide, please. And again, just really briefly, our recognition program, again, we recognize all or part of a standard. We are trying very hard to recognize complete standards. With each standard we recognize, it's not just a certificate that says check, yes, I've declared conformity to that standard. With that declaration of conformity comes some supplemental information. Mostly that for test methods, that information would be information where you determine or where you let us know what your acceptance criterion was and your scientific rationale for choosing the acceptance criterion that you did, because most standards don't have published acceptance criteria together with the test method. So again, that additional information that you would provide is an integral part of the declaration of conformity. Next slide. And then I guess just really briefly, a short talk about the different types of conformity assessment that you can have. The
first party declaration is what we see for the most part, where the manufacturer has done the testing themselves and they declare that their product conforms to, or that the output of this standard, or they conform to that standard. And as you increase the independence of who is actually doing that assessment and the information that you submit, you end up with more and more confidence in the independence of the information that you've acquired through using a specific standard. And again, the conformity assessment is something that is relatively new to FDA. We're working to see how to expand our conformity assessment program. But it's again, that next step that we're taking in trying to reduce the burden on manufacturers and on industry. And I guess with that, maybe I'll hand it over to Scott. Do you want to start here, go to the next slide, or you can decide where to go?
I think this is an excellent slide, and I thank NIST for helping us, understand this over the years when we were trying to get involved in conformity assessment. Can you back up just one slide, please? Because this flexibility, I think the flexibility is that, yeah, there's different models. Terry described that we use more of a first party attestation. They submit declarations to particular standards, and we look at it from a product certification body. That's very different than, say, the European model, which there's a notified body that looks at a bunch of tests to deliver a CE mark as a certification body. And sometimes you use third-party conformity assessment to have more confidence in things. So as confidence and rigor goes in, of course, then there's also cost that goes into it as well. So it's a I think you called it a risk-based approach of how much confidence you need based upon the risks that are associated of obtaining that confidence. You're thinking about your own national economy, the patients, the everything. Where we too grapple with that, and even in our newer ASCA program, where we're starting to think third party, but we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're trying to insert ourselves into the existing wheel to provide regulatory perspective to our observance that a lot of accreditation bodies and testing laboratories and certification bodies don't speak regulatory, right? KEBS is a little more unique in that you are engaged in as a standards developer in the conformity assessment aspect, and also part of the government, where in the US it's private public partnership. So we have to create those relationships in a separate step. So that's where you may see differences. When you spread it all out, though, you'll find out that there's a lot of similarities between the programs. What you're trying to get to is what's the clarity of understanding what needs to be delivered to the assessor of conformance, whether that's directly to the FDA or to to whatever the KEBS PVOC model is. And I think that is too about the most confusing thing to ever try to figure out. It is really challenging. Every market is very different. And I couldn't tell you how to do it in any other market but the US. And it goes back to my example of even trying to get into the US is confusing. So we rely on industry to try to help us understand. And I think that this morning, or right before we started, the best thing we can do walking out of here is what are 2 or 3 really high level resolutions that we can come out of that would help regulators or conformity assessment bodies be able to communicate better into the industry groups and vice versa. Do all the other countries understand the differences between what is 1345 and what is ISO 9001? We call them quality system standards. They're vastly different models. They have vastly different purposes. 1345 is all about confidence that the manufacturer is providing a high quality product, and they're watching that through the entire product life cycle, that they're looking at their supply chain, that the testing houses are qualified. All those things matter. If they took the 9001 only approach, they would really make sure, do we do all those things and does it make sure we make money, but not really concerned about the patient on the back end. So there's a different approach. 1345 takes in the responsibilities of a quality system model of 9001, but make sure the focus is on the product, and in virtue of that, because it's risk-based, the end user. And I think that's important for conformity assessment models, because remember, I talked about my first time going into a bunch of rooms of conformity assessment bodies, and I said, who here cares about the patient? And they kind of looked at me. They need to know from the regulator's perspective, what is it that we're hoping that they do as accreditation bodies, as certification bodies, as testing houses? What is it that we're looking for? And really, what does the quality systems say about that? Now, our regulators or our manufacturers going, yeah. It's your job to help us be able to understand how to teach that. So where we're confusing, so are you. And that's the partnership that needs to build. So I think one of the resolutions would be a much stronger partnership on the education of each of our parties to understand a little bit more. I think it's challenging, right? We mentioned how many devices and all these things that are going on. We don't do it. We regulate about 15 to 20% of those devices in the pre-market sense, because there's just too many to do. So we look at it from a risk-based approach with reliance on the quality system that helps us do that. We also try to see how we can do this from an international market. So it becomes really important. Let's go ahead, 2 slides, and I might even just keep popping through, as I know we want to get time for discussion here. All right, so I showed earlier that yes, we have some through the IMDRF. We have a lot of groups that are here. We got the AMDF. We have liaison even relationships with IMDRF and ISO and IEC, certain technical committees. So we're really trying to help bring people together. It seems like we're getting more and more affiliate members and observers that are come in. The regional authorities really help us expand that. This is a key thing that we want to drive, even in the medical device standard space. I've last night was talking with some of our colleagues. My pie in the sky dream in my career is that we hold a global standards congress across all the different leaderships in the conformity assessment and standards development organizations. So that's my resolution I would like to propose. But it becomes very important because groups like ARSO and working with their national standards bodies really need to know, like, what do I know that's going on in a way based upon the resources that we're working on and building up, so we can prioritize our engagement, as well as groups like ANSI. They need to make sure they understand how to prioritize areas too. We need to speak to the leadership, and it takes that partnership of all the way around to do that. These types of organizations help us pull a lot of people in together, but it's best to be able to do this together. Hi, Pauline, I didn't notice you joined us. Thank you. All right, so looking a little bit at regulatory standards, let's go one more slide ahead here. So these are some of the questions that, how do regulators, know what they need, right? How do regulators know what standards exist? I think some of the, national standards bodies that are not P&O members in a lot of committees yet too are asking that same question. So that's not just a regulator's question, that's also a standards body's question. Where do we need to be involved? I would say to the countries that we've engaged with this week, you need to be speaking to your regional and national standards bodies to say, we need to be involved in this. We have manufacturers in the room from the continent here who have expressed interest. So I think we need to make sure we're having that dialogue, not just from regulators, but all stakeholders on board to talk about that. And don't forget about the hospitals and users. There are standards and technical committees specific to hospital management and to other aspects. They too might be interested, and that's a beautiful arm to have as a clinical perspective, not just a regulatory and manufacturing perspective. Making sure you understand what are the big standards we need to be thinking about. You probably could grab 20 standards and get, an 80% of the way there versus worrying about the 1,500 or 2,000. There's probably over 3,500 medical device standards. We only recognize 1,500. It's too much. And even recognition is a question that I'm not ever, sad to say it. I don't know if I did it again, if I would recognize standards in a way that would create such a burden in the inside. We spend a ton of effort to do that. I always point to Singapore, who just allows the use of standards. They have confidence in the standards model, the rigor that standards consensus development goes into, the confidence of what goes into conformity assessment, the accreditation processes, the oversight, the quality systems and relationships for manufacturers and testing houses, and how that all is part of that cascade 17,000 toolbox. So I think, looking at it from a least burdensome approach to yourself first is a way to help you get further down the road, and then you build capacity as you go along to see where you can bring added value. So what can we do to help? We have, a lot of experience, but we are also going to probably calling you in the future too, to see where you can help us, because you have really unique experience because you're taking on so much. A lot of us are taking on small slivers that may go further up and down, but you're taking a bigger approach on your shoulders. Maybe you don't have as much in depth, but you have that bigger picture. So I think there's a lot we can do together. We've talked with, a lot of the regional and national standards bodies, getting them engaged, recruitment efforts from ASTM and ISO and IEC and all the other groups is important. We're seeing engagements with IMDRF and others. Next slide just talks about another path forward though, is, really understand that relationship in the quality system and risk management and the review by a regulator. You saw how many manufacturers there really are out there. And, Kenya by itself has got over 52 million people. That's bigger than most countries in a market. If you look at Africa, it was a 1.5 billion. That's a huge market. You probably would have the interest of that same 18,000 or whatever the number was of manufacturers potentially coming in, but they're going to look at it from a business model first before they're going to show you how we do it as a patient first perspective. They do have a 9001 approach to enter your market, meaning how do we get there? But if they understand how to get there, then they'll show you their 13485 of why their products are safe. So we need to build that confidence loop of understanding that. I brought up an idea earlier about, FDA tried a pilot on the case for quality on a maturity model where certain manufacturers that have demonstrated over a period of time a high level of quality kind of get that. Thank God. All right. We don't have to worry on you, because as regulators, one apple spoils it for the bunch, right? You see a bad test or a fraudulent test report or someone who's lying on their quality system in an inspection. Most regulators will do what? You're all bad now. Right. And because we're trying to broadly, protect the public health. The maturity model in the case for quality was designed to try to, okay, we have some people that we know are consistently applying how they, do their quality system. So we can focus more on those that are small businesses or emerging new manufacturers and focus on them and let them mature over time into this where we don't have to worry so much. So the focus can stay on the, really on what it is you're concerned about. You're taking a lot of the apples out of the bunch to focus on the ones you're not too sure if they're going bad yet. And that's an easier way for sustaining an ability to have oversight over such large numbers of things that we're trying to do. Some of this is also, the reliance factors of leveraging conformity assessment. And again, education, industry educating us on what's going on around the world helps us decide how we're working towards single review models, how we should engage in organizations like IMDRF or even with WTO and working with our US trade reps. So these things all become important, that public-private partnership, and those help other organizations along the way. So making sure we can understand that is really important. And if you just go to the last slide, which is that call to action, we talked about this earlier. I think we're all talking about promoting the use of consensus standards. We maybe have to get clear on what does that mean, because I will admit FDA calls standards differently than most other countries. We look at standards as international. To me, a standard isn't how many countries voted on it, it's how many countries have products that are using it. Because that is really, I look at it from a 1345 quality system model too. It's about the product. Where are these products going? And are you going to require a ISO standard instead of an ASTM standard just because it wasn't voted on by country, even though that ASTM standard is used in 180 countries and the ISO standard is used in 4. And we see that. So we try to be open as much as we can to really understand where the standards are. That's why we also leave them to be mandatory so people can make that comparison case. It is an important thing. And boy, we really find that, 20 years ago, we were not on the top 5 or 10 list of coming into the market in the US for innovative devices. Now we are moving that pendulum the other way because we're trying to find ways. And the ones that were high, we're probably trying to emulate what they thought we were doing right. And they started taking that old model and now they're not getting products first in the market. So make sure that you test, alpha test, beta test, that model of yours to make sure it's always something that will help bring that innovation, the products that you want to come in, and those manufacturers that you can build trust with. Joining committees, I was talking with Arso a little bit, gave him my cards, recruiting people. We found a colleague from KEBS, we both know people in TC84. The best thing about standards is you get to partake in a lot of food. It's a great thing, right? But you build the relationships there. I talked about, you get more from 5 to 9 than you do from 9 to 5 in the standards world. Participating is important, and contributing too. Don't just be an abstainer. We don't want you to just go in and object either, but we want you to participate, submit comments, because that's the best way to know, well, does an international standard take into account your country specific needs? Many people don't know how to understand check compliance by inspection of the risk management file. Remember, I said that risk management file coupled with the quality management system should be taken into account your country specific requirements in general. Just because the performance standard doesn't say it doesn't mean the management system doesn't. But, right, do they understand what those country specific requirements are is why you're at the table and why we do these types of activities. So that's really what I'm trying to talk about. I think the best thing that was said was right before. Let's try to walk out of here after some questions with some resolutions. That will help all of us be able to communicate to our national, regional, standards bodies, our own, committees that we're all in. And that's that. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Like that, where we added in CDRH. PPB had the same thing, right?
And I think that is that good, but there is a small observation which I want clarity on. There is the manufacturer who places the product onto the market after meeting all the other requirements. Does it mean that once they come out and placed the equipment or the device into the market, and maybe distributors come in, these particular distributors are not also maybe the manufacturer now to the user, to the distributor about the equipment, as it used to be the case sometimes before?
Do you no longer have responsibilities to follow through to see how that maybe got to the hospital or to the patient's front door? What about education? What about of the user, the clinician, the patient? Does it stop when you get your clearance? Do you have any responsibilities, especially if you use a distributor? Explain to us your role of following your product through a total product life cycle. And the reason why I do that is it's best to hear it from them. They know it.
Okay.
We want to hear that they know it.
Yes. No, it never stops. And you have an absolute obligation to follow your device and make sure it continues to perform as you designed it. So we have an obligation. There are post-market obligations that we have to follow. There are the ones that our regulators put in place. There are the ones that are set out by WHO Global Model Regulatory Framework. There are best practices that we have to follow. So we follow it. And actually, oftentimes you do find out based on the feedback and the sort of the input you get from in the post-market setting, you end up feeding it into the device, and you might end up even having a new iteration of the device, all in a good way, because now you're trying to design a device or sort of improve the device design so it fits the user in a better way. But it never stops. That's why it's a total product life cycle. And it is our responsibility to make sure that the devices on the market continue to perform as we said they would in the pre-market setting when we came. Yes, cradle to grave.
I'll actually give another. I started a new vascular access clinic, and we had a lot of central lines and PICC lines, but I was the new person coming in. And while the hospital did train me, the manufacturer also heard of that and came in and trained me on their own, because they heard, hey, we got a new PICC nurse, big hospital. So the manufacturer came in and made sure I understood the instructions for use and all that, because as a clinician, I'm not putting on all my sterile gear and then I'm going to open up the sterile kit and open up the instructions for use to start reading them while the patient's looking at me, right? It goes like that. So you want to make sure they know how to use it even without the instructions for use. Similarly, I said, I want to buy some new equipment so I can put in my central lines. A new ultrasound machine would be great. That way I don't have to send them to fluoroscopy, and I can do this at the bedside. We went to make a purchase. That purchasing process brought in the manufacturer to make sure I was trained on how to use that ultrasound machine. And then on top of it, the hospital, if there is an issue, knows to report that to the manufacturer as well. So there is that full total loop, and that's how they can collect their data from hospitals and stuff. FDA, and I mentioned this to Pauline, FDA has an additional kind of confidence loop with certain hospitals that we have in our what's called our Med-Sun program, where we have contracted with 300 hospitals in the US. That represents about 1% of the hospitals. And we work with them directly to make sure that they have a really clear understanding of how to come back to the hospital. My hospital was not one of those that I worked in. That was Walter Reed Army Medical Center. I never knew what a 483 was or even how to report to FDA. That was done by a different department. But I think it shows that that existed even 20 some years ago, and I think it's only matured better now that manufacturer's responsibility never stops. And even in devices that are quite old, they know that there's devices that are way out there. They still watch those too, because things that go wrong, sometimes the expiration date doesn't get them out of the hot seat. They really look at it and they communicate, and that's part of that business decision.
Thank you very much for that elaborate answer. And I can see an opportunity. If our importers, these medical firms that we have within the room, did get that information, then you can actually become closer to the Kenyan system by the organizations that are supplying us being parts and members of the technical committee groups within the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and of course, even at the international level, for purposes of ensuring that the manufacturers' concerns are also addressed in the standard, both locally and of course, internationally. But going forward, with the same question, there is another aspect. We currently have ISO 323 on circular economy. And there is also the other aspect of sustainability concepts being built around products and services. How does that sit with the kind of obligation you have of giving out knowledge to the users of the products?
It's not a recognized standard, so I'm not going to help you on that. Don't be looking at me. So it's a standard on circular economy, though. So we know what circular economy means. And I think that, it means, so why don't you explain from your point of view, because some do and some don't. I got up and downs and left and right.
All right. In the simplest note is that we extract from the earth to make products. Once that product has been made, it's used. By the end of its use, it's supposed to be dumped. But now somebody's picking it from the dump and doing the 3 R's, either reuse it, recycle it, or do something useful with it. Now, in the concept, with regards to the answer you've given me about you giving out knowledge, do you think there is going to be a dispute? How does it stand with you as manufacturers?
So reprocessing is probably more of the common aspect. And I'll maybe ask the question. So they said, is this kind of like reprocessing of a medical device for reuse? But in our sense, at our country, that's usually more done at the hospital location. You're saying like end of life of a medical device, but then refurbishment. It maybe is the way that he's saying, and do you have a role? At what point does your response? I think everyone always wants to know, at what point does the responsibility chain end with a manufacturer because someone else has picked that up and decided to become the new manufacturer, maybe of your device, right? And we have pathways that say, a lot of people come in and they've bought medical devices and they put a new label on it and say they're a medical device. They come to FDA with no performance data whatsoever, and we're like, how do we know that's a good medical device? That's, I think, what they're asking for. So where do you guys have a loop into that information channeling at all? Or, do you not know who would be taking your products and refurthering them? I don't know, maybe, because it's really a question to those people that do that. And usually it's not the manufacturer that's.
Because the obligation now changes. If I did it, you can actually say it's no longer mine. But whose is it? How are you handling that? Have you started thinking about it?
I think it's a really complex question, right? Because as Scott alluded to, our responsibility as a legal manufacturer doesn't diminish depending on where we have that product in the world. We are absolutely accountable to make sure that that product remains safe and effective per its intended use in its use environment through the life of that product. And we have had complicated situations where particular instruments might be taken and relabeled or refurbished without a legal manufacturer's permission. And what that does is violate our responsibility to maintain the quality of that product. You may see situations where there is a legally binding agreement where somebody can become a legal manufacturer. I think what you alluded to is medical device companies might be purchased by another company, right? What happens to those products?
Yeah, or I've seen where I'm going to purchase a bunch of syringes and needles, but they don't have the label on it. I'm going to take it and do that and then sell it as a distributor of that under my own label. Who's the manufacturer? Me.
Yeah.
In the U.S., there's two things that industry really is concerned about, or FDA is fighting with laboratories on. One is right to repair.
Yes.
Right to repair is, does the hospital have the right to repair the medical device and find the components they need off Amazon or anywhere else to fix that device to get it back into circulation? Manufacturer will answer, how do I know that those products, that those components that are not OEM will maintain the quality, safety of the device for the patient? So that right to repair, we know in the US, that's a huge issue, especially in rural settings, rural hospitals. I mean, every hospital has its own biomedical engineering center where they're repairing the devices all the time. They're doing this, but it is a question of if the device fault goes, bad, who's truly at fault? And it's a risk-based decision too for a regulator to decide, how much do we get involved in that kind of discussion versus what's the need of the public?
And sorry, I totally agree with that. I just want to sort of distinguish between the different scenarios that you could have. You could have a situation, let's say a surgical handpiece that's supposed to be sterile, single use, you use it, you throw it away. And then you have these manufacturers or these companies that come in and they say, oh, we're just going to collect it. They go to hospitals, they collect them, they reprocess them, they re-sterilize them, and they reintroduce them to the market. But in that case, they're a relabeler. So they're going to put their name on it. And at that point, to Scott's example about syringes, they become the legal manufacturer. Okay. But then there's another situation that Scott also noted, and that's the situation where you have a capital equipment in the market, and this infusion pump. This is something I saw personally when I was at FDA, where we had an adverse event. It was a third party fixed the device by using a paper clip. I kid you not. I saw the picture. With a paper clip. So of course the device didn't function as it should have. So there are those sort of gray areas. And right now in the US, this is a big issue that we are trying to solve as a sort of a manufacturer. We are trying to say, well, we should have the authority, or we should be the ones to oversee and also sort of fix issues for our capital equipment. And then there's another group that say, well, we are the servicers and you should give us all your proprietary information. And we should be the ones who have the sort of the ability to be able to fix the issues or change the components or parts. So what we are doing as a manufacturer, now we have these sort of a third-party servicers that we are certifying. You see, because we cannot be everywhere. So we are certifying them, and they need to have, a QMS and all that stuff that we think they need to have in order to be able to capital equipment.
Well, we will be awaiting your resolution of those issues. But I wish they could be brought to the international arena so that we can have the international intellectuals and, of course, expertise build onto it, because it's a global issue. The second question is, there are SDOs that are voting by countries, you said, and there are others that are voting by organizations. And I am fond of two from the Americas, that is ANSI as well as ESTM. Of the two, which one is voting by countries and which one is voting by?
The only standards that I know of that vote by country are ISO, IC, and ITU. ANSI is our national standards body, and we vote on behalf of ANSI. Our vote goes to ANSI, that goes to ISO as members. All the other ones that are based in the US, and I could argue that ASTM is based in nine different countries. Now they have offices all over the world. So does IEEE, so do many others. In fact, CLSI has one here in Nairobi for laboratory accreditation services and helping. But what we, so all the others, it's expert. Our expert is the person who sends the vote. That vote goes to the ballot. The difference with me participating in ISO TC 210 is I submit my vote to may or may not have counted. It's kind of like an election in the US where you submit your vote, but your state collects that, and the majority is what goes forward. In the US, if I vote negative, but Terry and Fatime vote positive, the vote from the US will be positive, even though I voted negative. But it's our job as a national standards body to try to work with the person who's out in left field to try to see, is he right or is he wrong? That's the consensus building process. So the responsibility of a national standards body is to make sure that it's not just a 51% vote, but it's a vote that the country can stand behind, and that way they can help tell that story, because at the international table, not everyone can afford to be there. Maybe they're in other meetings, so you're not gonna be able to submit all your experts. We have a US delegation whose responsibility is to understand the vote and all the comments and be able to speak to them collectively. They may still vote positive, but understand my negative comments and forward them for consideration. So that way I can see at the international table how that would be. Now, as you know, there's certain votes that get looked at differently, as you know, right? If you see a vote that comes in from a regulator versus that sometimes they look at that because they want to understand what's the impact of that. If you know that standard wouldn't be accepted, then what can we do to do? Does that kind of help? But so ASTM, they're extremely rigorous. It's they work and work and work until they get unanimous votes of approval before it publishes. So if you have 3 people being negative, they keep working on it until it goes. It's a very different model. Consensus is unanimity, really. It's a lot more challenging in those, which is why you see their standards not being as broad, to very focused, because it's a little bit easier to come together on that, usually.
Thank you, Scott. I had to mention a statement and I want to explore. You said you'll collect your, no, you, by you, I mean the USFDA will collect its comments, then through your standards body for forwarding to ISO. And I think I want to explore that statement, because that's something I feel is very important to how we can relay our comments to Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS being member to ISO, and how we can augment that, and how maybe we can expound on that relationship, so that comments or we can be able to mutually share our thoughts, so that they can also impact at the international level what we feel at the national level. Could you just share a little bit more on that?
Sure, and I'll try to use it by calling the FDA CDRH standards program. I'll say, let's pretend we're a standard developing organization under ANSI. The reason why I'm saying that is what we do, and this is what most SDO national body or US tags do, is when we get a ballot or a new work item proposal or anything that is asking for our commitment, if it comes into the standards body of FDA, we'll just remember we're treating it this way. What our program actually does, because there's so many people who want to comment on standards, we circulate it to everybody through a SharePoint mechanism that people can submit comments in and everything else. The person who's actually on the standard, but in this case is what's called then the committee manager, is actually responsible for collating all that information, determining what is the vote, working with people who have differences of opinion to consolidate that process together, and then we send that up channel. FDA is just one member of the stakeholders in any of the standards we're involved in. So while we collect a consensus approach of what is FDA's vote, because I am not allowed to say I disagree and be able to say I am FDA. I am not FDA. FDA is an organization and they do not allow me to speak on behalf of the government. I speak on behalf of the consensus of the government. So what we do is we collect our vote and send it to the person who is designated by ANSI in this case to represent the tag into ISO TC84. That's AAMI. Many of you met Joe Llewellyn earlier. And so we would send our vote to AAMI, who acts as the US tag representative and sends it to the committee manager at ISO, who the US vote is. My vote, if I voted affirmative, maybe, hopefully enough people else did that as well. And then we vote affirmative, but there's times where my vote would be opposite of the consensus, and that's okay. What we do so this is where manufacturers are gonna go, oh, Scott, don't talk about this. So why do we have partial recognitions? There are times where we have partial recognitions, even despite the US vote being against us. We have partial recognitions for ANSI, AMI, ISO standards, or ANSI, ISO, ANSI, IEC standards, where we still have a partial recognition because we're an N of one, we don't always win. But sometimes the standards body, because they're not part of the government, don't always fully appreciate the rigor of what our regulations state or some of the guidances or other conflicting aspects that would make it hard for us to accept the complete recognition of a standard. And that's a very complex thing, but that is, I think, where you guys actually have an advantage because KEBS is the national standards body, and you can work very closely with them to say, this doesn't meet the threshold of how our laws would not allow us to use the certificate of declaration of conformity to these standards because by law they would not fit. But as Terry mentioned, we really try to make that the rarity, because the more that becomes the commonplace, like it was 15 or 20 years ago. And remember, I mentioned we were not in the top 10 list of getting products into the market. We had, it wasn't 300, it was over 543 standards that we had to do a CAPA, corrective action, preventative action, because we got audited by the GSA on all, or not GSA, I forget who it was, but something general, I don't know. Someone who comes in and looks at your process as a government and found out that you were not really following your laws. Office of the Inspector General came in and looked at our program and determined that, you're communicating a little bit outside of what you should be saying about these standards. That's not true. We were not always right. So we had to go through all 543 of those recognitions, and it whittled down to about 114 or so partials after that. That was a huge thing. That was a slap in the face to us. But it was a big helpful thing from a program management for us to really push and educate our own staff about what does consensus mean, and what do you, as a regulator, what's your responsibility to protect public health? It's not about your PhD thesis and what you believe scientifically. It's how does that apply to, getting products that are safe first in the world to your, country, showing you what we said, our responsibilities to the international aspects of what manufacturers are trying to do, and also trying to take into account what other countries are doing. But what I would say is if you are going to try to make a country specific standard that would be mostly the same, but slightly different, it was said earlier that justifying those differences is so critical. In our government, there is an organization that checks on us from time to time, and lo and behold, we got our act together. They threatened to remove the ability to recognize a standard if we didn't fix it. That was huge. So we made a big correction, and I think it was for the better, and it helped us. Now, I said 15, 20 years ago, not even top 10. Now we're in the top 5, sometimes first country that people are coming to. We are much more open and transparent and trying to use international mechanisms versus national as a first process.
Scott told you how things work at the international SDOs, where it's one vote, one country. I can tell you a little bit more about the way it works in ASTM, which is one of the many organizations that have one vote per entity. In ASTM, the way they separate it is the number of producers voting has to be less than or equal to the number of what they call consumers, general interest, or users. And that's because I guess back in the founding of ASTM was in, I think it was 1898, when the steel and the railroad industry was king. And they wanted to make sure that the manufacturers, those robber barons of industry, didn't railroad through what they wanted. And so they again, gave the other people at the table a voice to make sure that it wasn't the majority of one stakeholder group that was in charge. But as far as the specific votes, we do the same thing. FDA gets together to come up with our one consensus position that we then ballot. We submit our FDA ballot to ASTM and then look at the results of the ballot. And as Scott said, one thing that's a little bit different about the ASTM process from the ISO IEC process is that every single negative has to be considered on its technical merit. There is no majority rules thing. You have to painfully, as you know, go through until you either reject that negative on some valid scientific technical reason, or you come up with another compromise to ballot again to make a change. And so that's a little bit of difference in the way ASTM works, and some of the other non-vote by country SDOs have similar processes that they use.
Thank you very much.
I will say this afternoon's discussion, we'll have the IEC Vice President of Conformity Assessment talking about the IEC's EECB scheme. And Steve Margulis, who I know, and a fantastic and phenomenal resource. So do think about, what types of questions would be good to get from someone who, not only represents the IEC, but also from a global conformity assessment and SDO. He does work for Underwriter Laboratories. But any phenomenal resource. And I would, really think about, what's the difference between the CB scheme and what is that versus, these other types of certifications that maybe he could help clarify too, because that's a challenge one, I think. I'm glad he's talking about it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So just for the sake of clarity, can you speak a bit on how to join these technical committees, the operations, and how we can contribute to them as industry?
Thank you very much. If you listen, or rather looked at Mwendua's presentation, there must have been a slide where he had put KEBS, let me call them what? Addresses. Now, there is www.kebs.org, which is the website of the organization. If you go there, there is what you call what we do. And if you you're going to be prompted until you get to where you are supposed to be nominated as a technical committee member. So it is online. You can actually do it online. And I think when it comes, maybe we can even share that information with you. It's all online and it is open. One of the policy shifts that KEBS made about 3-4 years ago was to ensure that, let me put it 5 years ago, was to ensure that we opened the membership to the technical committee to anybody and everybody. So it is voting by organization. It is not voting by nation, because this is actually an NSB. And then you fill in as is required. We are going to look at your CV vis-a-vis the technical committee that you want to go into, and then we are going to nominate you. But there is always a requirement that you must have a 1-day induction program, so that you know the nitty-gritties of how to go around the forest, because sometimes the forest can be very thick. So we want you to know how to go about it. And then once that is done, then you are given a nomination letter. So that nomination letter is your proof that you're a member of KEBS TC 94, KEBS TC 136, like that. That makes you to be a member. Once you're a member and you are already liaising with manufacturers from abroad and you have got that knowledge, there is a chance that now you are going to bring them closer by actually bringing that information to the discussion table. And if adopted and it forms part of the national standard, there you are. It becomes a national standard. And of course, given that we are doing our small thing within the country, Ugandans are also doing their small thing within their country, Tanzania, all the East African community, over 100, almost 180 million population. And then chances are, when we now go regional and we find that the Africa product is being traded regionally, then there's a chance that we can actually use that Kenya standard to leverage and make it to become a regional standard. That means that you're going to have wider market access as opposed to initially when it was a Kenya or national standard. We're trying as much as possible to enhance our reach regionally, not nationally.
I'll just add on to it. That's pretty much 99%, if not 100% of the way that the US puts people into ISO as well. We have mirror committees that also hold the US tag. And a lot of times to get on the US tag, you have to submit an application, you send your CV, the tag or the body looks at you to make sure you would be qualified to go. In the US, a lot of times there's more people that want to be on the tag than can be allowed, because ISO doesn't want to have 3,000 people in a room to do a standards work. Usually they try to keep it at a manageable level. So sometimes a country can only send 1 or 2 people. Sometimes you can send 7 or 8. It really depends on the committee manager and how they're managing that. But in any case, yeah, it's the national standards body that understands that for each technical committee. Each technical committee has its own culture. They're all different. And the NSBs know that best more than anyone. And, you know, we have TC 212 where we can put 2 people on, and I think TC 210 where we have 8 or 9 people on. And it's because one has so many countries with laboratory tests. There's so many more countries that are interested in that in numbers than some of the other technical committees. So yeah, the NSBs really do a great job of trying to help, you know, manage that. And it's so to make sure that no one country has dominance at the table. So that way consensus can be built at the table.
I wanted to make a small comment on the TC membership. And I don't want to ask you why some organizations, standard bodies in the US are defined as international standard bodies. I know it's a bit of politics there.
It is, and it's
and we members of ISO we believe otherwise. But for the being a Kenyan TC member, just a caveat, though the title said it's open, but remember the keyword, national technical committee. So if your organization, for example, can ASTM, for example, apply and become a TC member at KEBS? The answer is no. Yeah. But if, for example, you have a manufacturer in the US and maybe they have a branch here in Kenya, I think through the branch, they can apply and become a TC member. But without that, they may not become a TC member in Kenya because this is national technical committee. So that's what brings the difference between the US scenario and Kenya.
Yeah. In there, yeah, and that's that difference by vote by country versus vote by expert. So KEBS as the national standards body is equivalent to our ANSI in really ways. I don't go to ANSI to sit in ASTM. I go to ASTM directly. Each organization is it's a whole different organization, right? We also do, SDOs don't like it when I say this, but there's also consortium standards organizations, which are not the same as underneath, say, our ANSI Federation or in areas, but we do read their policies to see, do they too have consensus processes? Do they follow what's in our OMB circular and aspects? Because some of them are the ones that we really rely on. Even with some symbols, no one realizes this, but does everyone recognize that the Bluetooth symbol is the Bluetooth symbol? Yeah, that's made by a consortium, not by an SDO.
they also like, there's some other ones, especially in the software field, where they really rely on the manufacturing experts to keep up with this. Certain trade associations and stuff too will do both types of standards. We're a very innovative industry, and so we have to, as an agency, we try to keep our eyes as wide as possible on what are the best tools that a manufacturer can use, and as part of their quality system, demonstrate how that maintains the safety and effectiveness of their device throughout the total product life cycle. So that's a non really KEBS or ANSI thing, but as a regulator, we have to take those into account. And actually, your PVOC takes into account ASTM standards and other standards as well. So it shows that you're very much in line with looking at other non-vote by country standards. I think it's just making sure, do we understand, I think to your question is, how do you participate in different bodies?
Thank you. I've been given only 10 minutes and already they've eaten my almost 5 minutes. So please, I want to bring it to this end where you've already answered my questions, and I think that was very good. The idea is we need now to start looking at the wrap up. I can see some people yawning. That is a sign of now going forward. Do you think you have got very burning question?
Just a clarification on the nominee aspect. Is the nominee criteria listed or limited to the organization of the applicant, and also what's the tenure once you get into a KEBS committee?
As you interact with the system, it's going to tell you, and then that one is also going to be communicated to you as we go forward. But interact with the system, it is there. I wanted to say that we've said so many things since morning. And one of the things is that there are several pointed questions that you people have asked. And these questions, I hope they have been picked by our rapporteur, and that they are going to form part of the next step going forward, because we want to believe what we have today, 1 day workshop. Wow. And we wanted to understand a whole national process of how we get this stuff to our patients. You must be geniuses to actually get that done. So I want to applaud you, geniuses. But attached to that, I think one of the things that we are trying to say, though not saying it loudly and clearly, is that we will require another forum. And I would request that we have another forum, futuristically speaking, so that we can diverge more information in their details. Today, we were a bit guarded because one time, and then two, we were like, what is it that is required in this forum going forward? Two, we are agreeing that there are a number of areas of convergence between us and our guest speakers, particularly from the US, which can be built on. And let me tell you, in the world of regulation, and of course in the world of quality assessment, the processes are more or less the same. There are some small differences going by the national jurisdiction and legislation the way they are, but those can always be. That's why we're saying the best approach to resolving any issue is through standardization, which requires what I call negotiation. These are all negotiated processes. And I feel, according to me, sitting here today, that that aspect of negotiation, particularly for the small differences that we have, needs to be given more time, futuristically speaking, so that we can actually have something we can say, all right, we have agreed going forward, this is what we want to happen with regards to regulation of medical devices. And of course, any other thing that we may propose. We had also talked about, yes, I had written some two aspects here that based on the output of this particular meeting, this particular output is supposed to form the input for the next meeting. Would that be sounding abstract for you? Whatever it is that we are agreeing or disagreeing on should be taken forward to the next meeting so that they form input for the next meeting. What I'm trying to say is that the next meeting, therefore, is going to be a very clear, very focused meeting where we don't grapple in the darkness, not knowing where we are going, east, west, or south. Is that right? So, other than what I've said, therefore, what is it that you want us? Can somebody therefore summarize it? What is it that we want? Is there anything that you think we are leaving out that is very important?
if I understand correctly, we're looking at the scope of the next follow-up meeting. And I would say we've got probably, how many pages? 4 pages of questions regarding implementation and clarity of the BVOC program. So we very much welcome the opportunity for a follow-up, and we can submit those and have virtual sessions to get into the details to continue this very helpful conversation.
Now, for my team, that is the importers, the industry that is the room, I want to give this information. Kenya Bureau of Standards normally are very nimble, or is very nimble to the issues surrounding manufacturing and distribution of medical devices, and of course their access to the patients. This year has been on matters health and health related standards, and we are continuing with it. We have got a budgeted dissemination fora, what we normally call dissemination of standards related information to the specific publics that require it. And in this case, I think the publics are you, my industry in the healthcare. So going forward, we will request the list and the addresses that we have. And of course, our international partners, if you so can reach, so should you, so that we will be calling these particular sessions, maybe at a 1-2 day, when we are talking to our public and of course to you people, come in numbers so that we can actually articulate the respective standards we are talking about. In those particular fora, we are talking of standards related information that we disseminate to the public. And that is already budgeted for by KEBS. It's all that you bring is your brain, your stomach, and of course, so that we can discuss matter standards. That's what I wanted to tell you going forward.
So we have had Stephen Margins connected throughout the whole session, and we would kindly ask him that even though it is the time for him to start his sharing, we still have Sandra, and I will read your last name, sorry, Juanesa from ARSO, to share on the regional perspective of standard development, sorry. Welcome, Sandra.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Umugwaneza. I work at the African Organization for Standardization. I understand you've had a long week, so I will try to be as brief as possible. Having said that, my Secretary General, Dr. Emojin, and Mr. Gisoi were supposed to be here, but due to continental engagement, they are currently in Cairo. So myself and my colleague, Emmanuel Kirwa, we are here representing them. So I will talk briefly on who we are, ARSO as an organization. It's an intergovernmental organization that was created or formed in 1977. Currently, we have 43 members out of the 55 African countries, all members of the AU. We do have values, vision, and mission. So I will focus on the mission right now because it is it shows exactly why we are doing standards. What is our mission is to facilitate trade, be it on the African level or globally. So yes, as you can see on this map, the countries in green are our members. So we are working towards having the gray ones to join the bus so that we can do some good work for the continent and globally, of course. So the mission is to promote trade. By doing that, we harmonize international standards, and also we develop unique standards. By saying unique standards, those are, sorry. So the standards that are harmonized at ARSO level includes all the African, the 43 countries, but even those who are not members are welcome. in priorities, we look at what the RECs, the regional economical communities, are putting forward. And also this gives us a way of also promoting the AFCFTA. So as you can see on the table that was there, the next slide, we've highlighted the blue, second last, where we are particularly focusing on the pharmaceuticals. These pharmaceuticals, as you can see, it has been prioritized in all the regional economical communities. So we have a system that is followed, whereby we have the ARSO General Assembly that includes all the countries that are members. We have an ARSO Council that is has 12 countries representing all the others. So each of those 12 countries has 1 or 2 or 3 countries that is championing or representing during the several meetings that take place. We also have the joint advisory group, then the standard management committee. This standard management committee is very important because there's no standards that is harmonized at ARSO level that can be published or be adopted without its consent. We do have technical committees. Maybe the image that is down is basically on the right. It shows the shortest way we do harmonization, which is international standards, while the other side is where we have unique standards. So institutional mandates to develop the standards. We first look at the international standards, then continental, then regional, and lastly at the national level. This was explained earlier by Kebs, so I won't take too much time with it. Let's go on the next slide, please. So the question today is, particularly for this meeting that you've been having for the whole week, does Africa need the manufacturing the medical devices? Yes, we do. What shows us that it's needed? So many things have been observed. The need to have to do the diagnosis, the treatment of many diseases. I think this was also explained by Mr. Oyo, if I'm not mistaken. But these are the, as you can see, the highlighted are part of why we need the medical devices on the continent, the manufacturing of medical devices. So if we look at the pharmaceuticals and medical devices status, the next slide, please. Yes, the current status, we've seen that only 2% of pharmaceutical and medical devices on the continent. We only have 2%. We can only manufacture 2%. Where is the rest coming from? It is outside. So what do we need to develop the pharmaceutical industry is to make sure that we leave the 2% and increase as we increase. So part of our drivers of growth, we know that our population is growing. We know that the dependence on external help or these products that we need should stop, or we should try to reach a way of being self-sufficient. And also there is the African Continental Free Trade Area agreement that is going to be, that needs to be implemented. So part of it, ARSO has put forward the harmonization of pharmaceutical and medical devices. Next slide. Putting the harmonization of standards for the pharmaceutical and medical devices will help us achieve some of the highlighted phrases or highlighted part in this on the screen. So after observing that African countries, the availability of essential medical is not there, after seeing that there is delayed by disparity in legal provision of key regulatory function, it is where it resulted in the need of regulatory oversight and policy frameworks and regulatory convergence towards a common unified continental regulation framework, leading to some initiatives that you will see where ARSO is doing some work. So we had a project that started in 2020, that is exactly during COVID. It was a wake-up call that showed the continent that there is need to work on the pharmaceutical needs for the continent. Next slide, the next one, please. ARSO interventions. Yes, here. So currently, we still have these committees. At ARSO, we have 85 technical committees doing standards in different sectors, but particularly under the pharmaceuticals, we have 4. 4 technical committees, one on pharmaceutical and medicinal products. The other one, which is TC78, is working on medical devices and equipment. We also have one technical committee, TC82, dealing with African traditional medicines. And also we have one TC74 that is dealing with healthcare services. So as in the interest of this meeting, I will focus only on TC78, dealing with the medical devices and equipment. So we've done quite some work under these technical committees. The next slide shows some of the international standards that were adopted. Some unique standards. When we say unique standards, are those standards that are not we could not find at international level. So as I said earlier, we first look at the existing international standards. Once they are not there, our members among the 43, they propose the kind of standard they would like to be developed. Then the request is sent to all the members so that they can send us the acceptance. So for those particular standards to be developed. So some of them I've listed and highlighted. Those standards were developed from scratch and they reached the level of being published. Now they are available even on our website anytime. If an organization is interested, they reach out. We do, under this technical committee, so far since we started, we have 200 standards, more than 200 standards that were harmonized. We also have a technical working group that is dealing with the technical regulation guidelines. And since the project started, they've managed to publish. These also were developed from scratch. They've managed to work on 20 ARSO technical regulation guidelines. So how is our regulatory environment in Africa? Some observations were made. It's still developing. There is need to approve the regulatory approvals process for medical devices in Africa is still long, it takes too much time. It goes through long processes, and also there's lack of, the manufacturers don't understand the key issues. That's why ARSO is trying to now reach out to regulatory bodies, whereby by taking the standards that have been developed under this particular project, they try to put together the National Bureau of Standards and regulatory bodies. A very recent example is that it happens that national bodies and regulatory bodies don't meet, but ARSO has taken to that role to be making sure that they meet and align the work they are doing under each organization. So from the observation made, how the global trade is doing for the medical devices, we've seen that we've seen that thanks to the work that is ongoing, of course, with all the other organizations involved, the regulatory bodies, the national standardization bodies, the trade on medical devices could increase, but also if each organization brings at the table what they're doing and align, we could have very soon a continent that is able to not only being able to provide the medical devices and equipment that is needed on the continent, but also to help Africa grow. These are the next. The emphasis is also on why the medical devices and equipment need to grow, is that there's still too much exportation, as you can see by the years. Up to 2020, these are the numbers, but the plan now is to allow the African continent to join the forces, countries on the continent to join forces and be able to work towards reducing all these importation we are observing. As I said earlier, I'm here with my colleague, Emmanuel Kirwa. For any question, he will be able to also help me answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra. It's not a question, it's a compliment, because PPB has an agreement with ARSO signed last year, and we have not moved as fast as we wanted as we were aligning the standards and the requirements. And we have a plan of action starting January 2024 to learn on the standards that ARSO has, the ones Sandra has highlighted, and to have that on a portal on PPB website, so that we know, in addition to what KEBS has, what ARSO has, how we can harmonize. So this one is to really say that what Sandra has presented and spoken about, it's something that we're already embarking on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Definitely, this is a major step forward. So more work to come starting January. Okay, so we're all aware that we're kind of like a little late as compared to our original agenda. So I would like to invite all of you that would like to get some coffee, tea, and bring it back to the room so we can get started with the presentation from Stephen Martin, Conformity Assessment and the IECEE scheme. Thank you. So gather our coffee and come back as soon as you can. Thank you. Hello. So we're welcoming back everybody. And now we're ready for our last session today. And actually our last session from a long, productive, very informative week. And it is my honor to introduce Stephen Margis, IECEE Chair from IEC Conformity Assessment Body, USNC, and Vice Chair of IECE. Also, from UL Solutions Director on Conformity Assessment. Thank you very much, Stephen. And thank you very much for having joined us throughout all the day. We know you started at 2 a.m. in the morning, your time. So that really shows your interest and your commitment to this group and the work that they are doing. So thank you very much, really, for showing up all day long. And virtually that it's even more challenging. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Can I confirm that the audio volume's okay for you? Hello?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Actually, the good news was I didn't start at 2, I started at midnight. So I guess this is just an extension of Thursday for me. And I know I stand between you and your weekend. So hopefully we'll have an encouraging discussion here today. I've had the pleasure of sitting in on Tuesday as well as today to hear some of the sessions on conformity assessment and standards. And so hopefully I'll learn some lessons from the questions you've asked and the presentations you've been given so far in an effort to be additive to the discussions that have happened so far. So first of all, thank you to USAID, ANSI, Standards Alliance, and KEBS for the invitation to participate. I wish I could be there in person for you, but schedule did not permit. I will say, despite the background that you see behind me, the sun has come up in the Midwest in the United States, and we're starting our Friday out. So if I can go to the next slide. You've already heard the introduction. I would just add 2 things for you. If we can go back to that last slide, please. Just one brief note for you on this. I have just one set of notes that I like you to take, because I realized in looking through the slides, I was remiss to add one thing. First of all, please feel free to take down my email address. I'll be more than happy to correspond with you, discuss any matters that you like. I would also ask you to write down a web address. Very simple, iecee.org. A lot of the materials that we're talking about today, you'll get all these slides, but a lot of the materials we'll be talking about today, if you want to go into more depth, if you want to see more details, you can find all that information at iecee.org. So as I said, feel free to reach out to me. As you heard, I'm an employee of UL Solutions, an organization headquartered in the United States in the Chicagoland area. And my day job is Director of Conformity Assessment Programs. I've been doing work in this area for over 30 years. And when I describe the history of my professional journey, I talk about how when I entered in my professional career, we were at the beginning of the international era. And over the decades, we went from being international, where you take your presence and you demonstrate it in many ways throughout the world, to being truly global and having a footprint around the world and having operations that are developing and selling products around the world, et cetera. I feel like the discussions that we've had here are very much on a maturity curve, mirroring that activity of my experience. And I'll hopefully share some of those experiences with you on why I believe that's the situation. If we can go to the next slide. You've already heard from a few presenters about the ISO toolbox from Casco. You've heard it in many different presentations. I just want to reiterate a few terms as I go into what we're going to talk about for IECE. First of all, the nature of conformity assessment. At its fundamental, the current definition of conformity assessment, demonstration that specified requirements are fulfilled. That demonstration could be a variety of different things. It can be products, it could be processes, it can be people, it can be systems. But in all of those cases, the ISO toolbox follows all of it, follows this one image that we have on the screen for you, which is referred to as the functional approach. And the functional approach is just kind of a philosophy or a mindset about how to bring through the process of conformity assessment to demonstrate that something meets specified requirements. So if we go to the next slide, what is a specified requirement? Well, it's just as vague as the definition for conformity assessment, need or expectation that is stated. Well, that's quite vague, but what that simply means is, if you look at the note here, it's a variety of things. It's things from regulations and standards or technical specifications. Basically, it's a set of defined requirements that set the expectation. You heard in the most recent presentations, everything from nationally voted requirements, domestically or internationally. You've heard about organization votes based on a consensus of organizations across stakeholder groups. You've heard about consortia, and all of them develop requirements that set an expectation, set a standard. The one thing that I'll say to you is that as we go through the maturity levels and evolution of standards and conformity assessment, in the past, when we talked about specified requirements, we only talked about them in the context of what you see on the screen. But I think today the term that we would probably add in here as we go into the next version of these documents is we would probably add to these requirements scheme. Scheme is a relatively recent mindset over the last 10 years or so. And it recognizes that unlike regulations that are technical specifications, it understands and recognizes that regulations that define paths to compliance, your roadmap, if you will, what are the methods that you can use to demonstrate compliance? Schemes are just as important today as the technical requirements that sit with them, because to meet those expectations, you have to meet their technical merits and you have to perform them in a way that is appropriate and suitable for the trust that's necessary, demonstrated by the schemes that are available to you to reach market. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense, but when I define specified requirements today, I talk about them as technical as well as scheme requirements. If we go to the next slide, when the toolbox was being created in its newest iteration, the 17,000 standard, which is the definitions that we live by. Sorry, it's the next slide. There you go. Thank you. What you see here is a series of definitions, and the three columns represent the functional approach, the steps in the functional approach. And I wanted to draw particular attention to something, because when we talk about this, we talk about selection and what is the sampling, what kinds of objects of conformity assessment are we going to select to represent our activities of conformity assessment. Then we go into demonstration. And I want to pay particular attention to demonstration here, because in demonstration, you see that it's made up of a series of activities. And one of those activities is testing. And I want to allude to something that was said in the presentations Tuesday as well as today, where often I hear, well, we'll work with an accredited 17025 laboratory. So the requirements that a conformity assessment body, a testing organization, is judged against and its ability to operate is 17025. What you see in this is that 17025 is only governing the activities of a conformity assessment body performing the activity of testing. The result of that activity is test results or data. And sometimes that data can be a judgment, and that judgment is normally a pass-fail. It's normally a go, no-go. It's some kind of empirical result. So the 17025 requirements are looking at how does the laboratory operate? How does it control its environment? How does it make sure it has competent people doing the work and make sure that the data can be repeatable and reliable? But in doing so, at the end of the test, when the data is complete, that's the end of the testing activity. Similarly, we have other activities like inspection, et cetera, as you see on the screen there. One of the activities of conformity assessment is to find a method to ensure confidence in the data you have across parties, and that would be peer assessment. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. And then in the last column, we have the ability to have a review of work, a decision against the results of that work, and ultimately an attestation that results in either a declaration or a certification. And what I would say to you, and I want to just plant the seed and we'll come back to it, I think at the end, maybe even with some questions, is the ability to select tests, the ability to make sure that the tests that you selected out of the specified requirements are correct and are the appropriate and representative tests that need to be performed, such that the combination of results can be reviewed to result in a decision and an attestation is what is much larger than the requirements of 17025. So let's go in context a little bit and talk about IEC as an organization. I won't go in great detail here. We're at the end of your day. You've talked about some of these things before, but I just want to allude to the fact that similar to the presentation we just heard about your continent, from the IEC, it's very similar. That gray bar that you see on the top is the General Assembly, and the General Assembly is each country and their representative vote. Since we're in Nairobi for this presentation, I'm happy to say that Kenya is an associate member of the IEC. They are our representative who has a place in the General Assembly. The General Assembly essentially delegates their daily responsibilities to the board, and the board delegates its responsibilities in 3 places. Standardization, which is all the red boxes that you see. You've talked a lot about standardization already, so I won't repeat that. In the middle, in the orange boxes, you see Market Strategy Board. Market Strategy Board of the IEC is the forward-looking board of the IEC to look at what future opportunities, what future technologies, what future trends are in play that can shape the priorities and strategies of the IEC as an organization. The green boxes you see are conformity assessment. At the top of the conformity assessment activities of the IEC is the Conformity Assessment Board. As you saw in the slides that we just had, I'm honored to have been elected just a few weeks ago to become the chair of the CAB starting in January of 2024. And so I look forward to representing. If there's anything I could do to help support you or other countries on the continent, please do not hesitate to contact me. Below that, you'll see that there are 4 systems. The 4 systems are the conformity assessment groups that facilitate work in different horizontal areas of technology. We have IEC-EE is for electrical and electronic products. We have IEC-EX for potentially explosive atmospheres. We have IEC-RE for renewable energies and IEC-Q for quality and supply chain. What we're going to talk about today is where that arrow is the IEC-E, so that you understand where it fits in across the organization. If we go to the next slide. Similar to some of what you just heard previously as well, the principles of the IECE are set up for these really 4 primary activities: to facilitate trade. And the facilitation of trade is through use of, harmonized requirements, aligned requirements, to the reduction of duplicate testing that normally would occur when somebody is trying to take a product to multiple markets. All of that works and allows for efficiencies because it's based on a common set of core requirements. Those common set of core requirements are IEC standards. You had a lot of discussion today about an IEC standard versus a national adoption. I'll speak a little bit more about that because I think from an IEC-EE perspective, I could put some context on some of the questions you had earlier today. We'll come back to that. The result of the work that comes through this activity is mutual acceptance of certificates. So the deliverable that comes from the IEC is at the end of your work, you get a certificate and a test report. And the intention is for that certificate to be shared across its members in such a way that you as a manufacturer coming for this service would be able to have one deliverable that they can then use to access multiple markets. And all of it is based on trust formed through peer assessment. We do not use accreditation in IEC conformity assessment. One of the biggest reasons we do not use accreditation as the core principle for IEC conformity assessment is that ultimately, to facilitate trade, we have to ensure a significantly high level of trust amongst the members of the group, of the conformity assessment membership. While accreditation provides some level of confidence, and while accreditation in our industry serves us relatively well from a standpoint of management systems, the technical side of our business, to get the level of trust that we need for that, we need to be working with people who are operators of the system, who understand the requirements very clearly. And through peer assessment, we can assess each other against a common set of requirements and understand that we have a level of trust to be able to perform this work. The slide you're on, while it probably is a little hard to read even in the room there, demonstrates the activities that go on to perform a project. So without going through the exact slides, what I'll say is that a customer goes to a first organization, and that first organization will perform all the testing, create the test report, do the review and the decision, issue a certificate, and then the certificate goes to the manufacturer, who can then in parallel submit it to multiple other organizations, or if they choose, use it as support for their dossier. While this is a third-party activity, IEC conformity assessment is certification. Certification is only done by third parties by definition of 17,000. I know you talked about first, second, and third party a few times already, but as a certification activity, despite the fact that it's certification, it doesn't mean that you have to use it for other marks. If you need to access a country or you need to access the marks of different geographies, certainly you can use this service to facilitate that. Many customers, in addition to that, use this as support for their own self-declaration. A lot of customers that are manufacturers may not have full confidence or understanding of the requirements. It's not their core skill set. Manufacturers are great at manufacturing, but they may or may not see all of the things that happen in the testing and conformity assessment world because they only see their own products. Going out to someone that sees lots of products and has this cross-diverse skill set in conformity assessment often is used as a way to instill trust or support for people's dossiers as they go to market. If we go to the next slide to give you an idea how big this is, you'll see a list of flags of organizations that participate within the IEC. From the continent, we have Kenya, of course. I did have the pleasure this summer of spending some time with Mr. Mwatha. I do not believe he is present at the moment, so hopefully some of the colleagues in the room will send my best to Mr. Mwatha. In addition, Nigeria and South Africa are participants from the continent, and one that's not on the list is Cote d'Ivoire. Now, each of these countries participate at a different level. There are bodies that only recognize from the work of others, and there are some bodies that issue. Currently, Kenya is recognizing only, just to share that information with you, and Kenya has so far declared 123 standards. The good news, I guess, for me is I have a homework assignment based on the meetings earlier today. Thank you for the presentations from KEBS. This morning, I heard that KEBS is accepting CB certificates as one of the methods for medical. That is not yet in the scope. So I will certainly engage the IEC with the representatives from KEBS and have a little conversation and see if there are some opportunities there that we haven't yet captured. So hopefully a learning from the presentations this morning. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the types of product categories that the scheme covers. As you see, it covers a wide range of electrical and electronic products. Earlier, I said IEC standards. What is something that you should note is that the IEC Conformity Assessment Board, based on the relationship between IEC and ISO, has officially confirmed that the service can be for IEC or ISO standards. So if industry has an interest in having some activities happen in ISO standards that are not yet in scope, please reach out to one of the bodies and show your interest. We can start that process. But it is available for both IEC and ISO standards. And you see the range of categories, including medical. If we go to the next slide, kind of comparing and contrasting the system as a whole to medical, you see the comparison of organizations there. So I'll work from the right side first in that we talked about national country votes. Within the IEC, there are national committees, but within conformity assessment, there are member bodies. The member body for Kenya is KEBS. The member body is intended to be made up of a balanced group of stakeholders. Just as you heard earlier, similar construction where the interest of government organizations, of manufacturers, of conformity assessment bodies, of just about anyone that has a stakeholder interest in the work that we're talking about is welcome on the committees in the interest of having a global view and having some national consensus as to the use of the requirements when they're finally developed. National certification bodies are what they sound like. They're certification bodies. There could be one or many per country. And to every certification body, there's one or many CB testing laboratories that perform the work. The NCBs and the CBTLs, as I already said, are managed under a peer assessment program. They in turn have the capability of accepting testing from laboratories of manufacturers. So what you see on the bottom there, customer testing facilities, are under the control of the NCB directly or through its CBTL, where assessments are performed to do that work in the interest of ultimately getting that same deliverable and ensuring confidence in the work all the way down to the customer laboratory. From as far as volume of work, you see the volume of work there. Can we go back to that slide just for one moment? Thank you. You see that for medical devices, 28 countries are currently participating, issuing about 3% or so of all certificates issued in the system. The system itself has issued over 1.7 million certificates in its 30 years or so of operation. I didn't compare with other people's presentations, but if we go to the next slide, interestingly enough, based on some past discussions with the FDA and other organizations, thought I would bring a list of countries forward and share with you which ones are IMDRF members. Are there other people that are working in IMDRF where I know you guys are an associate partner, to see are there other countries that are making this work within their own regulatory regime? And you see a lot of these countries are European countries, but in addition to the European countries, you see China and Japan, Korea, and others. The United States, of course, and the United Kingdom. A few of these bodies are recognizing only, that's the R. All the ones with the asterisks are, of course, members of the EU or EEA. And then we have a few other countries that are on there. I thought I would draw to your attention in the red at the bottom that despite the relationship and the activities that are going on in IMDRF, there's a few that maybe there's some bigger opportunities with as well, which are Argentina, Australia, Brazil, and the Russian Federation, who are participating in IMDRF, but at the moment don't officially have a scope that includes medical in the IECE, but I think there are opportunities there. Again, Scott Colburn had said very interestingly about having a global consortia or a global forum moving towards one set of requirements and moving towards one kind of set of deliverables. This is an example of how some of these organizations are currently working together towards kind of that bigger goal that was stated. If we go to the next slide, the main work of the IECE with regard to medical surrounds 60601-1. I guess when I thought about it afterwards and I was kind of follow-up preparing for the presentation, I thought maybe I should have added another one on there, which is 80601. So between 60601 and 80601, that is kind of the core set of requirements that we work within. And I thought it'd be important to show you a little bit about our governance. So when you look to the right there, you see some of how we govern the activity to make sure that there's trust and confidence, and that it's kind of a life cycle view of the conformity assessment. So starting in the middle, we have the management committee, the CMC. The management committee is the voting body of the IECE, and it's one vote, one country. Around it, you see the activities that we manage. On the top left, the Policy and Strategy Committee is a group represented by industry and conformity assessment bodies to look at new opportunities, trends, relationships with external parties, etc. On the right, if there were any activities or challenges to the work or deliverables or results within the system to maintain the integrity of the system, there is a Board of Appeals. I'm happy to say the Board of Appeals almost never gets used. It's only been used a few times in its 30+ year history because we've had a very strong set of governance around it. The Committee of Testing Laboratories is a group that looks at the standards from a different perspective. Standards are always written by experts with the best interest in mind, but sometimes the technical gets in the way of the operational. And sometimes the best interest of having a technical requirement, when you try to execute it, you find that there's either vagueness to the requirement, lack of ability to have consistent interpretation. So the CTL is our body to work on that. We have experts in each of the industries that sit in specialized groups within the Committee of Testing Laboratories to help interpret a requirement if there's a lack of clear substance to it. Ultimately, if it finds that it needs an interpretation, they create decision sheets, which are enforced and applied by all bodies who participate. The CTL has direct relationships with the technical committees and does those decision sheets in cooperation with the technical committees. And it's in the interest of ultimately getting back to the technical committee so a future edition of the standard can address any concerns that have been raised so that each document becomes more and more clear and able to be operated in the real world. And then we have the peer assessment committee, which oversees the management of all of our peer assessments that we do multilaterally across the whole set of membership. The next slide, please. We have rules and procedures that we use to operate. And without getting into all those great details, I did want to focus on two for you, as well as identify or show you some of what else is going on in the system. Of particular note for you that you can find these documents for free at iecee.org. But what you see there is you see you see OD 2044 and OD 2055. I will tell you that OD 2044 was just republished earlier this year. And in its publication earlier this year, I will just note for you that it is now referred to as 2044-1. There was a revision to the naming convention. But 2044-1 is looking at the principles of risk management applied against the 601 series of standards. This is the first set of standards in the IEC that we've operated where risk management is a central element of the compliance. And as a result, you know that in a risk management file, there's a tremendous amount of documents and there's a tremendous amount of things that go into it. It's a new approach to looking at the requirements. And so it was important that we got together and wrote a specific set of requirements to enable the ability for bodies exchanging this information to get it in a very consistent fashion and to follow similar principles about how risk management applies to 601. So I very much recommend to the people in the room, I think you'll all find it very interesting, 2044-1. In particular, I'm going to draw your attention to clause 5. And I'm not going to go into it in detail because I am not a medical expert. The closest I get to being a medical expert is I fit into the stakeholder group of patient. And I have a wife who's a nurse and a daughter who's a physician assistant. That's as close as I get. As an engineer, I leave that to you guys as experts and professionals. But clause 5 talks in some detail about how just because you have a management system doesn't mean it always goes down all the way through into the standard and into the product as it's applied specifically. And so when you read this clause in particular, you'll see some references to the quality management systems for 13485. You'll see some references to how that fits together with the risk management system of 14971. And then in the back of the document, you'll see all kinds of detail, clause by clause, about how the relationship of 601 and 14971 come together and how the bodies are facilitating that work. So it's a very important document, and I think you'll find it very interesting. The other document that's specific to medical products is 2055 as an operating document. Again, it's available for free on the website iecee.org. And this standard helps us look at the vast set of requirements and standards that exist in the space of 601-1. You guys are much more familiar with and aware than I about the relationship of the core requirements to the collateral and related standards. And this document seeks to make sure that we have consistency in how we operate. When can a collateral standard be used alone to issue a certificate in a service? When does the collateral standard have to be used with another document? And there's a great level of detail in 2055 to make sure we drive consistency around that. Again, our goal at the end of the day is to have transparency, consistency, and confidence, so that at the end of the day, the objective of facilitating global trade through one deliverable to get to many markets is achieved. On the right-hand side, just last thing on that slide, on the right-hand side, you see an example of a CTL decision sheet that would be an activity where a requirement needed to be clarified. Some additional context got put in. It got cooperated back to the technical committee, and it's now on the journal or the log for the next cycle with the technical committee. Next slide, please. So at the culmination of this, when all the work is completed by the first body, you will get a test report and you will get a certificate. Again, what I would say to you is be cautious when you think about 17025. 17025 stops at test and result and goes further now into evaluation and review, and then ultimately decision for certification. So the test report that you see on the right is a combination of elements of 17025, elements of 17065, and elements of the scheme rules that talk about relationship and who can perform work with whom. Ultimately, that test report is compiled, and then a final certification decision is made and a certificate is issued, as you see on the left. When you issue the certificate, there's actually a disclaimer on the certificate, and it says that the test report is not an official test report unless accompanied by the certificate. The reason for that is by having the final attestation is ensuring that not only were the tests performed, but all of the evaluation and review activities were completed. The certification decision was made all by qualified individuals, in all cases following all the rules and procedures of the CB scheme. So that's how all the pieces fit together. So where do we go from there? We've talked, next slide, please. The fundamentals that the system has been working under for decades is electrical safety. In my early days of working in the industry, it was always about shock and fire and casualty. And a lot of the electrical standards are based on those principles, shock and fire and casualty. And Scott, just so that I haven't forgot you, hopefully in the medical space, patient care and consideration. But there's some new technologies that are coming up that now are related to that work that are becoming more and more critical. Cybersecurity, functional safety, you see them on the screen there. Certainly you have other things like biocompatibility and other things that come into play as well. And what I would say to you is that if the community can come together, develop international standards in the IEC or the ISO, we then in turn can seek members that have the skills and competencies to perform that work following the same procedures that I've described here so far today. So not only can you get a certificate for the core safety requirements of 60601 and its collaterals or related standards, you could get a certificate for the process management around cybersecurity for 62443. Or you could get, theoretically, if interested, a standalone certificate for your functional safety approach. We have just launched personnel competence service. The original activity is going to be around machinery, but we anticipate that there will be many industries and many technologies that will have an interest in that space. So if you have a need in your industry to have a specific activity qualified for competencies, be it fundamentals of risk management or fundamentals of quality management or whatever it may be, those are all future opportunities that we might be able to serve for you if there's a value or a need on your side. The next slide, please. I would say, interestingly enough, this slide is kind of a recap of what you guys have talked about over the week, at least the 2 days that I was able to participate. I know you've heard this a number of times. The most important way to move forward and how do we get to one place together? It's participate. I know every country is at a different level of the maturity curve. I know every organization is at a different level of where they want to focus and prioritize their resources, but where you can participate, participate. Right now, Kenya is only in, I believe, 6, despite the fact that you're recognizing many standards, you're currently in 6 technical committees as a voting member. That's okay. I think there are a lot of opportunities for you. When we talk to other countries, we always tell them that if participation, if you're in the US and you're on many committees, participation in the technical advisory group of your national committee is very important. It's going to lead to a vote, which Scott and others have already described that process. But if you're in a country that's not a voting member, you have other opportunities. You can participate through liaison organizations. Scott noted that IMDRF is a liaison organization in some of the technical committees. You can have your voice heard that way. You can have your voice heard through your regional group. We just heard about all of the coordination that's going on in Africa. It might not be Kenya, it might be South Africa, it might be another country that is the one that's the active participant. And sometimes maybe they're going to seek the expertise of the region to determine what their vote is going to be. There are many different ways to get to the end gate. But certainly we want to make sure that you're participating and that your voice is heard. The reason we want consensus, the reason we want the standards developed with your input is we want to make sure that they are relevant and they ultimately will be used in your marketplace. Writing these standards without having a situation where countries are willing or interested to use them does not provide value for anyone. And so we want to do the best we can to assure that. So let me speak about that for a second, because you guys have on a few occasions talked about standards and I'll just say national differences, national adoptions with or without differences. Recognizing that the IEC process is a consensus process, there are always going to be situations, maybe not always, but in many cases, there will be situations where you can't get everything you want. But in some cases, those things that you didn't get or you can't get might be very critical to the ability for you to adopt and use and have national relevance of that requirement. When I look at 60601-1, I'll give you an example. 60601-1 adopted in the United States has a set of national differences. The national differences, sorry, I'm going to lean over. I have it on my other screen here. The national differences, when I look through them, they're not very vast. They're a pretty controlled number of differences, but when I look at the differences and the rationales for them, the rationales for most of the differences that are here are either that it's relevant based on the National Electrical Code. Our electrical infrastructure that's been developed over hundreds of years is built in such a way that the National Electrical Code is critical to our ability to use these products. So as an example, the standard has a reference to a 500 volt reference, and in the National Electrical Code for the United States, that same installation is a 600 volt installation. So of course that's critical. It's a relevant national difference. There are some other cases where we have codes from NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, and when I count through them, there's maybe, for lack of better judgment, I'll call it 25 differences. And almost every one of those differences is either related to the NFPA, National Fire Protection Association's codes, or the National Electrical Code. Those are relevant. Without those, that standard would not be relevant in the United States. So there's a case where a national adoption is very critical to the use and application and ability for that standard to be truly relevant in the country. When you talked earlier, Kebs noted some situations about the need to have your own national differences. I think the message that I have for you, based on everything that I've heard, is that WTO TBT is perfect for this. We have our reporting national entry points. Those national entry points, if they denote the fact that some of the standards activity is going on, so that people can have transparency and participate in the process as appropriate. They can be clearly notified and be given time to transition to the new requirements. It creates that open, transparent environment where differences are recognized not as barriers to trade, but as necessary implications to the ability to use these standards internationally. Over time, there'll be less and less. That's our goal. There'll be less and less differences. But until that time, until we get there, we need to make sure that they're suitable for use. So all of those things come together. And the CB scheme is an example where we acknowledge and recognize all those differences and say, we still are going to declare those in this system. And when a customer comes to us and wants to be tested in multiple countries, we have the ability to do that because we're going to do it to the core standards as well as the national differences of any organization's national requirements that that customer is interested in. I'll close with a few additional comments. For this to work, there are some best practices to consider. A few best practices to keep in mind are national treatment. If we have a standard that's based on the IEC or is a standard developed internationally by some other organization, having the standard across many different countries is of value to everybody. It's a value to the conformity assessment bodies because we can train our people to one set of core requirements. We can buy one set of core test equipment, etc. It's a value for industry because industry can develop their product for the world as much as possible. They can train their people to one set of requirements. But at the end of the day, if regulators and national systems build requirements to ensure confidence in their geography, but fail to allow others to participate in that system, we're back to having a situation where it's one standard, one test, replicated from country to country. And that's what we're trying to get away from. So the way to avoid that replication is to allow the regulators to have a mechanism by which they can introduce organizations through trust and the ability for them to use the work that they're doing across geographies so that they can best serve the customers while still ensuring the safety and compliance necessary in the market. So national treatment is one way that we can do that, but international harmonization is the other. Even though I'm representing the IEC in this discussion, what I'd say to you is be it IEC, be it ISO, be it someone else, make sure that we're working together and rowing one direction towards one set of international requirement, balance stakeholder groups, national interest, so that the set of requirements is not just developed in a vacuum for certain interest groups, but is developed in a way that people get to participate and contribute and will ultimately have the desire to use it because they believe it was developed in a fair way and was suitable to meet their needs. Recognize that there might be a need for some national differences. You know, electrical systems developed in many different ways. We're in the, we're 100 years in. I'm from Chicago, and the origin and the kind of the big splash of the early days of electricity was the World's Fair, the Columbian Exposition, right here down the street from where I live. And it was with Edison's light bulbs. And look where we are today, but we're only 130 years later. So it's going to take time for our infrastructure to align. Renewable energy, smart grid, all of these things are going to contribute to our ability to align our technologies, just as technology for cell phones has come together based on advancements of technology. So I will pause here and say the IECEE is here to support you. It's a system that is intended to provide you a bunch of different value statements. One, harmonized requirements. Two, recognition where the requirements differ. A quality system and an infrastructure that allows for the exchange of data based on confidence in peer assessment, and the ability for that to be transportable across countries. But at the end of the day, for that to work, the countries that are instituting their regulations and national requirements and laws, if they are not open to the ability to do that, the system breaks down. So let me close completely by giving you one other example. in the United States, there are rules around occupational safety of products that are in the workplace. And there are organizations called nationally recognized testing laboratories. For compliance with to be compliant with a nationally recognized testing laboratory, we have to be approved by our Occupational Health and Safety Administration. They check our rules, they check our procedures. We have educated them on the requirements of the CB scheme. We've introduced them to all of the requirements. We've welcomed them to our national committees. And in building the trust and understanding of them and having their confidence that we will tell them as requirements change, they revised their directives, their set of rules, to allow nationally recognized testing laboratories to use this as one method for collecting data and certification results for the purposes of achieving that national compliance. In China, the same thing has happened. The CCC law, some of you are familiar with the CCC law. The CCC law allows the national certifiers in China to use the deliverables from this work through their national certification bodies to grant certification by an audit review, a technical review, with no additional testing unless they find something that is an abnormality for the purposes of granting their mark. And the same is true across the globe. So hopefully those examples and this information gives you some insights that you have a tool available to you for national regulations. You have a tool available for you for support of industry, for dossiers, for self-declaration, and everything in between. And we're here listening to you to find out how relevant these services are, what new services, what new trends are coming that we can expand these services to further meet your needs as we go forward. So I'll pause there and take any questions or allow some in the room to elaborate if they like.
Stephen, thank you very much. I think it was really a very comprehensive presentation. We know that this topic, we could spend hours and days and weeks, but I think that the way you share with us make it really understandable, I would say. So really, thank you very much for bringing all those concepts and processes down to the earth, even though you are there in the outer space.
Thank you.
So we're opening the floor for questions, and I'm pretty sure that Leonard is going to be willing to monopolize the questions, and you're more than welcome to do that.
Thank you, Sandra. Yeah, I have a question for Steve, and thank you for that presentation. Yeah, it's building my knowledge on IEC scheme, which we just started implementing not long ago. But the main question problem we're having is we are getting some forged test reports. I'm saying forged because we've been able to confirm a few cases. Now, within IEC, the way I understand, there's the test certificate, and there's also the test report. And in some cases, we're not able to fully rely on the test report because there's a question that you mentioned of the national deviations, especially for these electrical equipments. So I don't know whether within ICE, whether through the website or somewhere where it can be easier for us to confirm some of these test reports, maybe by way of downloading like a copy so that we're able to confirm. Because we've seen quite a number of cases that have forged.
Yeah, I can share a few answers with you on that. Thank you for the question. The first piece that I want to share with the audience is that on the IEC website, all of the certificates are filed on the website. So there is actually a database of active certificates. So you can actually go on the database and do a search by company, by model, by certificate number, et cetera. They are all out there. So if you want to go on the website and confirm or authenticate a certificate, you can do that. If by chance you find a certificate that's not on the database, you can contact the organization that is listed on the bottom of the certificate, and they can talk you through if there's a challenge or issue with it. The reason that not every certificate is on the system is there are some cases where manufacturers are going to a trade show or some other activity, and they want to do a release of their product, and for confidentiality reasons, the certificate is held behind the scenes. But it ultimately later will be released, upon the release date of the product, et cetera. But what you'll find is a majority, almost all the certificates are on the public side of the database. So that's my first comment for you. The second, when it comes to national differences, is for every standard in the system, you can, on the database, search for all standards that are in the system. And when you click on each one, you can find a list of the people who participate for that standard. Not every country participates for every standard. So you can look at the certificate on the website. I'm sorry, the standard on the website. And when you click on it, you can see how many countries participate and who they are. You can actually click there to see the list of their national differences as well. As the National Conformity Assessment Body, KEBS, would have access in the system to actually download those national differences in an effort to provide services for the customers that might have an interest in that. So you can also download the national differences or see the national differences. The one thing I would say is that as chair, I found that we're a little bit room for improvement on how we publish the national differences. Because of history, we had a few ways that we were filing them. As a result, we made a decision just in June at the management committee that moving forward, all of the references to national differences will be stored as annexes to the test report. So we have a template for a test report. That's the core document. We also have an appendix for each country. So you can download a TRF appendix for any participating country for any participating standard. And all of those are being cleaned up, and the deadline for that is the end of June. So everyone is working diligently to try to get those materials updated, but we hope that that decision, and when it gets operationalized, you'll have a much more efficient way to transparently find this information easily. So yes, the national differences are out there. Now, you said in your question, you alluded to the fact that there might be a trust issue around the information. Is it the information around the certificate, or is it something deeper?
What we've seen on the test reports is that someone gets a test report that was issued for maybe a particular product, then they change some of the details. So that is the content of the test report.
Yeah, and one of the things I said in the presentation is caution. If you get a test report, even if it's in the same format as what I showed you as a template, you can customers can buy blank TRF templates from the IEC web store. That IEC EE report, or that TRF, is not a CB scheme test report unless it's accompanied by a certificate. If you don't have a certificate, you won't know who made a certification decision, who did the evaluation and review. You'll have something different, and it's questionable as to what you would be looking at if you're looking at a report on its own. It doesn't mean that it's counterfeit. It doesn't mean that it's good or bad. It means that the report that you have without a certificate is definitely not a CB report. So you can't be assured that the procedures for the CB scheme were followed without the certificate.
Just one word here. Hey, Steve, I'm asking you to check me for compliance on this. So when I was mentioning that FDA typically does first party self-attestation or declarations of conformity, a manufacturer will submit a test report form that they may have received from a testing lab. But we do not look at that second party or that certification because we ourselves are looking at it from a pre-market perspective. So the test report that we get isn't, as Steve's point, fraudulent or anything. It's just that it's not being used for the CB scheme.
So we're using it, and the manufacturer is attaching their attestation of conformity to the standard based upon the testing that was conducted by their laboratory or a laboratory that they were in contract with. So that's an example of where we're using the TRF or test report form, and we're a reputable laboratory is doing the test for the manufacturer, and then the manufacturer is submitting that information directly to the regulatory authority for us to confirm that the information meets whatever it is that we're looking at. That's a little bit different. The CV scheme now takes that up another notch and is demonstrating that this organization, who's been a part of this consortium of testing organizations, is qualified to make that attestation of showing that the test report form in fact is meeting the requirements, and that's a different level of conformity assessment than what we would see. Fraudulent behavior, though, as Steve was saying, is that it allows you to go in and you can see if the organization that is saying, here is my CV certificate, you could go in and check that and verify that on his website. Steve, was that right, wrong, partially?
Yeah, no, I would say directionally you're right on. I guess just to kind of put perspective, I would suspect that under the FDA ASCA program, which allows for these types of reports, I would suspect they're probably coming in one of two forms. One form would be official CB test report with an official certificate. While the customers on the FDA ASCA program are not required to have that, if they have that, it more than meets the requirement that's out there and would be suitable to be submitted, as in any other report. Alternatively, you probably have customers who are submitting the TRF filled out by themselves or somebody else. Again, for the purpose, like you said, the rules that the IEC have is if somebody does a report and it's not under the CB rules and procedures by official bodies, the TRF is supposed to have the IEC logos and disclaimers taken off of it. On an official CB test report, there's a disclaimer that says this test report needs to be accompanied with a certificate, et cetera. It's got the logos. When you buy it from the web store, you'll see a clean one without all that content because it's just a report in the wild, so to say. But yes, those are two that would be under the program that the FDA has explained this week. The only caveat that I have is one I had earlier, so I'm just going to kind of put it back in one last time, or maybe at least one last time, is I just caution everyone on 17025. And my caution on 17025 is it's about laboratory environment and conditioning. It's about the ability to run the test and record the results. It doesn't go into how did I pick which test to run? How did I know that that was representative? So 17025 takes you part of the way there. A lot of people portray 17025 as going into evaluation and review, but those are things that are conformity assessment elements beyond 17025. So just keep that in mind. I know ASCA, when it was developed, they had a lot of discussions about that, but just so that that's open for everyone else to understand as well.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Do we have additional questions or comments in the room?
I'll make one more to kind of put the CB scheme on a higher pedestal. Our ASCA program, as you mentioned, is a brand new program, and it was really designed to get a better understanding of the testing by standard versus a product certification. And CB scheme is closer to that product certification scheme. That's a higher level, and as ASCA is actually looking to see, can we elevate the program to recognize that as something even more important, to maybe even get towards a better single review type platform? Because when you look at 60601, it has everything in the kitchen sink in there. It has biocompatibility, sterilization, environmental care, transportation considerations, right from the shipping container to the hospital. It's all built into their usability with all the subparts. There's dozens and dozens of standards that you're using. It's not just the -1, but the -1 has all of that itself. And then the product specific standards drill it down better. So the program that Steve is sharing with us is immensely higher level I think, than what even we were talking about with our first party and ASCA program. We were trying to use ASCA in a way to help work with our reviewers and help manufacturers understand how to work with the laboratories to create that testing plan and use that risk-based approach using 14971. And then in turn, we only need to see a small piece of information rather than the entire test report form that your bodies are looking at when they receive a CB scheme report. And those are, take a lot of time and effort. So a little different, but we used the 6061 as part of our pilot because we knew there was so much quality and confidence in it, and the types of laboratories that work with each other have this relationship that really helps each other out. So I think to your point, as long as you're making sure someone's not trying to pull one over you and putting a fraudulent test report in the system, if you have a real test report, you should have pretty good confidence behind that it's of high quality and it could be something of really value.
Thank you very much, Scott. Any other question or comment?
Thank you, Steve and Scott. And I think it's widening, this discussion is widening my understanding of the program and also widening that I'm getting to know that I actually don't know it that much. So, and I know you mentioned Mr. Mwatha has been he's been talking a lot about engaging UL and yourself with regards to training some members of CABS who actually handle this process. So I think in the future, we're going to be engaging a lot in terms of building capacity on how to actually apply the IEC CB scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. We welcome that opportunity.
Stephen, thank you very much. Do you have any final comments?
I think just the one comment. Thank you. I really wish that I could have been there in person with you this week to engage and get to know you a little better, and be in some of the sessions that I wasn't in. But I have to tell you, just as a statement, as a different perspective than maybe what's happening in the room, is I've been on from midnight till 9 a.m. And of course, that's a little bit of a challenging opportunity, but it was so much easier for these two meetings because of the engagement and the good questions and the collaboration that's going on in that room. We've all been in many meetings where you have the meetings, you have the presentations, and there's not much dialogue that goes with it. I've been very pleasantly surprised and happy to see the high level of engagement and interaction, and it's made it so much easier for me to be able to participate. And then I just want to make a brief comment to the host committee. Thank you so much to the host committee for making this possible. For not being there, it was as close as to being there as I could be, because the video stream has been fantastic. The audio has been great. So many thanks to the host committee for making it possible for those that could not be there to at least get some flavor of the activities, and congratulations on your meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stephen. And of course, you are welcome to stay for the closing remarks, but also you're welcome to go and take this very, very well-deserved rest.
Thank you very much.
Really, thank you very much for what just Stephen mentioned. This has again been a really engaging session. Really, thank you very much for your commitment, for all the openness in the discussions that we have. For us, this is really kind of like continuing to opening the door. I think the door is still not open as much as we need, and we will transit through it. And I think in this collaborative matter, we will be able to get to the best possible place we can be again to benefit the patients in Kenya. So really, thank you very much. And with this, I would like to invite the Kenya Bureau of Standards to share with us some closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Is it evening or afternoon now? When I look at your faces, I feel like we have done justice to you because of the amount and the intensity of information that you're receiving. And we want to believe that you can actually go forth and start making good use of them. For those of us who have been here for 5 days, sorry for that. You can see what it's already doing to me. Those of us who have been here for 5 days, I think the degree of exhaustion is even more. And no one I can kind of see it and feel it myself. But I'm going to make it very short because what I have here is a speech or talking points from my managing director, Madam Estangare, who unfortunately, because of her busy schedule, was not able to be here in person. But you can be assured that the top management and herself will receive these recommendations, these resolutions, and of course, the concerns that we have in person. We have got good lineup led by our very able Mwendwa, and of course, the coordinator in chief, Tobias Ololo. And this particular information will kind of reach them. So let me go straight away to the talking points. And I read. I wish to thank USAID, ANSI, and partners of Standards Alliance Phase 2 Medical Device Regulatory Convergence Project, the MDRC, for the collaboration and work stream that have been advanced regarding medical device regulatory convergence in Kenya. It has been KEB's pleasure to participate in today's MDRC workshop together with the Kenya Pharmacy and Poisons Board, the Medical Device Medical Technology Industry Association of Kenya, MEDAC, our colleagues with US FDA, USAID, ANSI, MECOMED, ADVA-MED, and GMTA Africa working groups, as well as the medical technology companies who made the effort and are actually supplying to the Kenyan market. Ladies and gentlemen, it is noteworthy to say that KEBS plays several critical roles in this expansive Kenyan economy. We are the national standards body and encourage increased PPB, that is Pharmacy and Poisons Board, MEDAC, and MedTech company participation in the Kenyan MIRA committees. And I think that was alluded to when we talked earlier, that your representatives locally have got the choice to join the national working groups, national technical committees, and get your concerns as an industry into the Kenyan standard, and of course, by extension, into the regional and of course, continental standards fora. We are particularly keen to support increased Kenyan public and private participation, with particular emphasis to what our selling master told us this morning. That is ISO TC 210, ISO TC 212, IC Technical Committee 62. Those are the ones that we have come out that we are very much interested in, and their importance have been capably exposed by our visiting friends. We have the National Inquiry Point and the Secretariat of the National Technical Committee under the World Trade Organization, and therefore technical barriers to trade agreement is where we seek to minimize technical barriers to trade for medical technologies, and standards form the basis for those resolutions. Be it however beautiful a regulation could be, that requirement must be drawn from the standards for purposes of ensuring that we have got harmony of resolving TBT in the world. KEBS is also the administrator of conformity assessment regimes in Kenya, with a critical role in supporting the Kenyan national quality infrastructure and supporting commerce and quality. All these are actually trying to align to the elephant in the room that we are trying to address ourselves to. So it is in this role that we focus our attention today over viewing the Kenyan regulatory framework for medical device conformity assessment, and in particular examining the structure and the details of KEBS pre-market verification of conformity program, or PVOC. much as we are saying KEBS pre-market, this is actually national pre-market aspects that we discussed in the morning. So we are not actually just trying to say it is it's a KEBS issue. There is another sister regulator, and that is Pharmacy and Poisons Board. So it fits within the greater Kenyan regulatory mechanism. I believe that today's session was illuminating in providing an opportunity for the parties to clarify various technical questions regarding the program and how it relates to Pharmacy and Poisons Board regulatory framework that is proposed, and of course that is existing, and their respective requirements. I believe that we can leverage today's proceedings to increase the rationalization and global convergence of Kenyan medical device conformity assessment requirements to the region, not only to the country, but to the region, and if possible, continentally speaking. So as one of you, as one of the actions, KEBS is committed to accelerate cooperation with Pharmacy and Poisons Board and with every other government agency that is operating within this space to see how we may expedite our work to rationalize our frameworks so as to apply the proposals that best fits our region, our country, and of course, by extension, our continent. MEDAC and MDRC team should be providing us with a summary of the workshop. It is noted, and of course, including the questions and answers that have so far been received for purposes of ongoing work so that they can be used to feed into the next workshop. I also urge Kenya Bureau of Standards to provide answers to the remaining questions, if possible, by 17th of November, and that is somewhere around about next week. You can see how efficient it should be. So further and finally, we would like to schedule a virtual call with the concerned parties, if possible, by 1st of December or any other date that you deem suitable for us to be able to clarify some of these particular issues, including planning for the next phase. We thank you again for your constructive work. And of course, we welcome you to Kenya, hoping that you have enjoyed the hospitality so far provided by this particular team. If at all you had an otherwise experience, we are saying pole. So to this extent, ladies and gentlemen, I want to urge you to turn to the person on your left and then tell the person, pole tukikuumiza. Can I have my American counterpart say pole tukikukosea? Thank you. And by that, I want to make it known that this particular workshop is officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing us into this, what I can hear, kind of like non-negotiable position. We have due dates, we have homework to do. And of course, I think we're all into delivering on what we are already committing today. So thank you very much. And now I'm pleased to welcome Daniel Vasquez from USAID to share his final remarks.
Thank you, Sandra. I promise that this is going to be my last guest appearance in this wonderful movie of technical assistance. You're probably tired of all the good information that has been delivered and all the hours that you have been sitting here. I have some very short remarks that are about 50 minutes long, so bear with me. But in the spirit of sending everybody home early, I just want to thank PPB. I want to thank KEBS for also joining forces with us. I want to thank FDA again for flying away from far away to joining this training. It was very fun and illustrative to have all our colleagues from FDA here. Thank you again to AdvaMed, the AdvaMed team for working with us, ANSI, for Steve, for staying online for so long. He deserves a medal. And also thank you to KEP's managing director for being here through his remarks, and also for allowing this partnership to happen here today, and for his team being here present. Just one couple of points. Stephen mentioned that is very important participation. I would add also implementation. Is not enough just to go and discuss and participate in the processes, but also it's important or equally important to bring the processes that you work on very hard and implement them internally. It's also equally important and valuable to use the information that you receive or that you participate on in developing, in implementing. Once you do some exercises of self-assessment and identifying your needs, but also of addressing the needs that others present to you in exercises that are transparent and open and done through open dialogue. I think there's good opportunities to advance and strengthen the regulatory systems once you have these both approaches with identified needs and the opportunity to improve your frameworks using quality information like the one that you have received today. I'm delighted to hear that you are already planning next steps with the MDRC team. That's great. I already have mentioned to you that we are an evidence-driven organization, so we pay attention to results. And obviously, we will be looking and talking to Stephen to see and hear of how the information shared today has had an impact in the regulatory processes. We will look at that as we plan future technical cooperation. That is not a promise that USAID will be able to support a new phase of MDRC, but certainly we will pay attention to the results that happen here for the purposes of structuring future technical assistance, either related to MDRC or others. Thank you again, everyone. These were my 50 minutes of fame. It's time to go home, and safe travels for those that are taking a flight. Look forward hearing from you once in a while.
Thank you, Daniel. So just to keep the encouragement up. So now we have USAID reconfirming the close look that they're going to have on the results that we're going to be delivering based on all the hard work that we all together have been developing in the past many, many months. So thank you very much for the pressure that was really not sufficient, Daniel. So now I'm calling Steve Kipkotti from MEDAC for him to deliver his closing remarks. Thank you.
Everyone who's been patient and also participated throughout the week. I think we've just reached a penultimate but very fulfilling session. Very engaging, very comprehensive. I feel like fireworks are still going on. But the fireworks that are happening internally, I think we can say that they're fireworks that are happening also within the environment, within our networks. For me, it would be amiss to say that we should let such a moment pass by. So I think from MEDAC's side, I want to just thank you to all the organizers, the hosts. I want to say thank you to the MDRC AdvaMed team, the US FDA, all your stakeholders who are here present in the room, and those who have also been online. You've given us such a wealth of knowledge, and we look forward to just the journey of implementation as well. Ansi and Amy, we just want to thank you again, NEPAD and Africa CDC. We just want to thank you and say we're committed as MEDAC and working with also the other stakeholders in the other geographies, especially with the NRAs who are represented from the African authorities, the other countries. I hope everyone got their contacts and got an opportunity to network, and that you keep those engagements when those networks alive. Don't just don't just be don't hoard contacts. Yeah, make them active. Yeah. So I think that's what I'll implore on everyone. Just closing remarks. I think I just want to say, to learn is to change. And I think with all this learning that has happened, it would be sad if implementation fizzled out or we lose on the momentum here. So I want to say MEDAC is committed to walking the journey with all these stakeholders, with the regulators, with PPB, with KEBS. And we thank you again for just availing yourselves, giving us the sincerity of such a forum, and also on the journey that we want to go forward. We want to just say that we're willing to go the mile with you. And thank you again.
Thank you very much, Steve. And now I'd like to invite Pauline Warimu for her closing remarks.
Excellent. I was consolidating the comments and getting the final word from the CEO, Dr. Fred Sioi. I cannot express to you just how much he expresses his gratitude, and not being able to be here in person to express and give you those remarks is something that he continues to convey continuously, mostly because in the times where you've visited previously, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, the previous workshop, he made a personal commitment of coming, and that's something he does. He makes it his personal business to come and show the commitment that we have. And so commitment is what we have had today. Commitment from the Kenya Bureau of Standards on regards to even giving timelines, but commitment from the Pharmacy and Poisons Board on taking on the responsibility to implement the lessons we have learned. I think yesterday, as we were saying goodbye to the national regulatory authorities who paid us a visit, I did mention that one thing we cannot continue to sit pretty about is assuming that we are in a better position in the region. No, times have changed. We have so many people looking for the opportunities that we have, and we must grab those opportunities and do something with them. Daniel has said this 3 times to me. Results is what's going to get us to the next phase. And even as I go to the office, I will be showing a report and I will be saying the importance of what it is we have learned here. So the results, Daniel, you're looking for, leave to us. We will give them to you, because I have a feeling, and a very strong one, that 2024, we might just have 2 workshops like this in Nairobi. As evidence. How I pray and I hope that you all continue to see the opportunity that we are getting to be able to transform our country. I am happy to report also and to note that the MDRC team and the team that has been tirelessly working to make this happen. Stephen, I speak to you, Sandra, Leticia, Veronica, David, we are still on a journey. I believe this is not the final bit of it. We actually are beginning, yeah? And we are beginning we are, because the USFDA, this being your first time in Kenya, the conversation already continuing. Scott, you have been extremely excellent in collaborating and sharing the information. You've continued to foster a sense of confidence in what we do and actually telling us you are doing right, just keep going. And that's something we actually sometimes need to be told. What you're doing is not unheard of, or you actually need to be encouraged. Cooperation is what I've heard, that we need to cooperate. The industry represented here today, you've been amazing. Yes, we have our ups and downs, but I'm glad that you've showed up and you continue to show up. And we expect you to now show up even more so that we can continue to deliver the commitment that you have done. So on behalf of the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, on my own behalf, I am extremely humbled that you all made time to stay up to this hour, and that this workshop already I'm feeling like, you know, the high you get from something. I don't know what I'm going to do with all the energy after this. but I need to go home and feel and reflect, because they're personal lessons for me too that I have taken on from this week. Thank you so much, the Kenya Bureau of Standards. You've been excellent at every opportunity. You've called upon us. We've called upon you. You've continuously showed us. And the message also relayed by the MD Estangare is a testament to that. And we promise and share the same commitment that whatsoever you saw a desire of the collaboration and cooperation between ourselves, it is going to be delivered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. And I just want to close by acknowledging again and thanking again for the opportunity for having been here, because we could have all the good intentions, all wonderful resources available to help, but if there is not a counterpart willing to accept, willing to benefit out of that, that is nonsense. And in this case, what we have found from the very first day is the interest, the commitment, the openness for all of us to grow because of this opportunity. So really, thank you very much. And I will never be tired to say, I think Kenya, at least in my experience up to now, has been the country that shows the most of the kindness that I have seen anywhere else. So really, thank you very much for all your kindness, for all your welcoming, for welcoming the long hours of work, but also in the personal side. Really, you make us feel welcome. I have felt very welcome. This is my 5th visit to Nairobi this year, and every single time, and I'm sorry. I will. Definitely I will. And really, every single time, it has not been a burden to me. I'm really feeling very welcome. So thank you, because that also feeds the energy. And that is something you really need to deliver to the best of your potential. So this is the way I feel. And I think we have said our thank you to everybody. Really, thank you very much. And yesterday, I was kind of like recognized for the work that we are doing. And really, I just happen to be the voice of the team. I just happen to be the one that you are already tired to see for 5 days in a row behind the microphone. But really, this is a team effort. We couldn't be here if we wouldn't have a wonderful team behind us. Of course, the support from USAID and ANSI, the great support from so many subject matter experts that are truly subject matter experts, always available to help us once we have identified the needs of the audience that we're going to be working with, the USFDA, of course. And well, just to really finalize, the MDRC team, Leticia, Steven, Marina, Veronica, really thank you very much, because without a team effort, you really can probably take one step forward. With a team effort, you can go wherever you want to go, to the outer space, as Steven was. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the evening, the weekend, recharge energy, because we have a pile of work waiting for us for the next week. Thank you very much.